Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm calling this meeting to order, and I just want to outline our procedure before we start so everybody is on the same page here. This is the beginning of a conversation with Minnesotans. This discussion of financial assurance belongs to all Minnesotans, because if any decisions are made...
Please use your mic.
Okay. If there are any decisions that are made that... are we not picking up here? No. Okay. Yeah, it's working. If there are any decisions that are made that don't turn out as intended, then Minnesotans will have to pay for any mistakes. So I'm glad you're all here to begin this discussion. The questions for this meeting were written by House Research, which is our nonpartisan group that gives very good advice and counsel to the legislature. They've been on our website for several weeks, so that there's been ample time for folks to look at them and see and figure out what needs to be said. If folks are, this is being streamed online, and if there are folks who are listening that are not here and don't have a copy of the questions, you can go to the Minnesota House of Representatives committee information, look up our committee, which is Environment, Natural Resources, and Ag Finance, and you'll find the questions there. The list of testifiers is here. The way we did this is that they are listed in the order that they called in. And everybody who called in before 11 o'clock this morning is on the list. Folks who are not on the list and would like to testify will be given 1 minute. At the conclusion of this, the testifiers who called in will be given 5 minutes, with the exception of Margaret Watkins, who comes from the Grand Portage Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. This is a sovereign people, and because of that, they are getting an extra time to testify. At the bottom is PolyMet. They chose to go last. There is no limitation on the time for PolyMet. For the audience, this is a formal hearing. There is no clapping. There is no response to questions or comments or anything from the audience. That is not part of our protocol. So with that, our DNR is here and prepared, and we welcome Jeff Richards.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay?
Excuse me.
Okay.
Representative Corporation, did you have...
No?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Madam Chair, before we get into the testimony, is there going to be a bill before us today that we're going to be looking at?
I have no bill. I cannot speak for anyone else.
Is there an anticipated bill?
Nobody has talked to me about one.
Is there an anticipated finance issue?
There is definitely a finance issue. If, as we do financial assurance, and something doesn't work out as planned, as intended, and there's not enough financial assurance on the state, then all Minnesota taxpayers will be responsible. And it will be the successor to this committee that will have to come up with that money. That is the financial question on the table.
How does that relate to the current state budget, Madam Chair?
It does not have to relate to the current state budget.
I see. If there's a policy issue regarding this issue area, will it come before this committee or the Environment Policy Committee?
It depends on whether the policy has financial implications. I think you know that.
So what you already said, this has no financial implications for the current state budget. We're just trying to figure out what we're up against here, Madam Chair, just why we're having this hearing and what the purpose is for this committee.
I think I just explained it to you. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jess Richards. I'm the Director of the Lands and Minerals Division for the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources. Along with me today, I have Steve Colvin, the Assistant Director of the Ecological and Water Resources Division, which is in charge of the Supplemental Draft Environmental Impact Statement, and also Jennifer Engstrom, Reclamation Manager for Lands and Minerals, and Joe Henderson, the Mine Permitting and Coordination Manager, as well as representatives from the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. We'll discuss this more later, but I just want to note that the public comment period for the supplemental draft EIS is still open, and we'll be taking comments through March 13th. While there certainly will be, as we can tell, a lot of discussion and testimony today, it's important to state that for comments to be considered in the review of the EIS, they need to be made in writing to the DNR by the 13th, or have been recorded orally at one of the 3 public informational meetings. And so today's hearing doesn't represent a public comment session for the purposes of the supplemental draft EIS record of decision. I have about 20 minutes of slides that I'll go through, and my hope here is to provide a baseline of information on the project, and I'll highlight some key provisions in the financial assurance rules, coverage of financial assurance in the draft EIS, some of the next steps in environmental review and the permitting processes, and after that, then I'll begin to walk through the questions that were posted pre-hearing. This slide is simply just to locate PolyMet. So PolyMet's proposed North Met project is located on the eastern end of the Iron Range, just north of the city of Hoyt Lakes. You can see it on the map here. The proposed project has 3 main components, which are evaluated in the draft EIS, and it includes a mine site, a plant site, and a utility corridor. The entire project is located within the St. Louis River watershed. The mine site is approximately 6 miles south of the city of Babbitt, and just south of the active North Shore taconite mine. The mine site would include open pit mining, waste rock stockpiles, ore handling facilities, water management features, and a wastewater treatment facility. The mine site, you can see if the colors are the same on my screen, is green. You can see mine lease area. I can't get my cursor to work, but you can see on the right-hand side it says mine lease area. That's the area of the mine site. The U.S. Forest Service land exchange is also a connected action to the proposed mining project, and this is also reviewed in the supplemental draft EIS. This area is shown in yellow. PolyMet controls the mineral rights in the area of the proposed mine, but the Forest Service owns the surface. And so PolyMet has proposed to exchange the surface rights to resolve this issue. The exchange would involve approximately 6,600 acres of forest land for up to about 6,700 acres of private land. The plant site on the left is located at the former LTV company's taconite plant, which is near Hoyt Lakes. It's seen kind of in an orange color there. It would include reuse of existing buildings for ore processing, a tailings basin on top of the existing LTV tailings basin, a new hydrometallurgical plant, hydrometallurgical residue facility, water management features, and a wastewater treatment plant. It isn't shown on this map, but the mine site and the plant site would be connected with an existing utility corridor. And if you look at the bottom of the yellow area and the bottom of the orange area, there's some lines there that stretch across the bottom side of this, and that's where the existing corridor is. It has rail and power and would be upgraded to include a new water pipeline. As I mentioned, a key component of the project proposal is to refurbish and reactivate the former LTV mining facilities. Some of the facilities are those listed on this slide. PolyMet proposes to reuse these assets which were closed in 2001. Okay, That was just a high-level overview of the proposed project. So now what I'll do is I'll move into the main topic of the day, which is the permit to mine and financial assurance. Financial assurance for any mining operation is covered through the permit to mine, which is administered by the Department of Natural Resources and is governed by Minnesota Rule 6132. This list is just some of the key aspects that are included in a permit to mine. You can see that financial assurance is just one piece, but it's heavily influenced by all the details that come with the permit to mine application. Specifically on financial assurance is essentially the money that PolyMet would set aside to ensure that Minnesota's taxpayers would not have to foot the bill for cleanup of a mine. And it's intended to provide adequate funding that the state could access in the event that the company abandoned the project or failed to maintain or reclaim the site. There are two key aspects of financial assurance are the development of the contingency reclamation plan and a corrective action plan. The contingency plan first needs to estimate the reclamation costs if operations were to cease in the first year. It needs to calculate those costs based on the assumption that the state would use third parties to conduct the work. The plan needs to be updated at least annually and adjust to changes in mining operations or changes in standards or changes to our understanding of the environmental conditions. It ultimately becomes the plan to financially assure the site at any point in time. The provisions of the rule that direct the contingency plan to address the first year of operation does not in any way mean that PolyMet's financial assurance proposals shouldn't look long-term. Our expectation is that when PolyMet submits its permit applications, the accompanying financial assurance proposals will look at the entire life of the mine and long-term maintenance and treatment costs. These long-term estimates would need to include, for example, monies to fully replace the treatment system if needed, and these protections need to be designed and put in on the front end. Another key aspect of financial assurance is the corrective action plan. As a mine develops, this plan is to provide or adjust the financial assurance if there's noncompliance with the permit. The DNR can order corrective action for any violation of the permit, and the company must not only pay using their own funds to correct the violation, but they may also need to adjust or add to their financial assurance package to cover the state's interests in the event that the state needs to step in to correct the violations. The non-ferrous rules dictate how the DNR is to evaluate financial assurance proposals. The proposal must be sufficient to cover all reclamation costs, including the long-term monitoring and treatment and replacement of equipment, and must assume that the state would have third-party contractors do the work. It must be available to the DNR when needed. We can't have mechanisms that would require long, drawn-out processes for us to access the money. It must be fully valid, binding, and enforceable under state and federal law, and it can't be dischargeable through bankruptcy, which, of course, is really a critical provision. Ultimately, the financial assurance package has to be acceptable to the commissioner of the DNR. There's some additional provisions in rule that are important as well. The use of current dollar values are required for the initial cost estimates. This doesn't mean that we wouldn't need to calculate the performance of investments or the value of money over time. It just means that we initially identify the reclamation costs based on current dollar values. The rules allow for the use of outside experts with documented experience, and that the proposer must pay for the cost of hiring these experts to review the proposals along with state staff. The rules do not dictate or limit the specific financial instruments that can be used. They need to meet the evaluation criteria that I talked about earlier. Finally, another important aspect of the permit to mine rules is when and how the state can release a permittee from its financial assurance liabilities. If permitted, PolyMet would not be released from its financial assurance obligations until the site was fully reclaimed and maintenance-free. They would not be released if there were still a need for ongoing active treatment and maintenance. Over the life of a mine, certain financial mechanisms might be released or adjusted as reclamation occurs. So, for example, if there were specific financial assurance in place to cover building demolition, once that portion of the work was done and the company completed building demolition, they could be released from the financial assurance associated with that issue. but the largest long-term protections would remain in place until all three of these conditions are met. So practically speaking, how does the DNR conduct this evaluation? The DNR would bring the highest level of expertise and rigor to the review of PolyMet's proposals for financial assurance. DNR staff include mining experts with skills ranging from geochemistry to mine engineering to reclamation. And in the coming months, the DNR will secure additional third-party experts in both mining and financial instruments to help evaluate financial assurance needs. Specifically, the first thing we look at is the detailed engineering of the proposed permit-to-mine plan. We look at the sequence of mining and reclamation because it's an ongoing activity throughout the life of a mine. We look at all potential reclamation details ranging from the demolition of structures to the ongoing monitoring and maintenance of treatment systems. We look at the engineering details that come in with the permit to mine, such as mine pit cross-sections, pit progression and sloping, tailings basin dam construction and engineering, water treatment piping, sumps, filters, and maintenance schedules. All of these come in with the permit to mine application and provide the basis for determining the cost of reclamation activities for those facilities and for long-term treatment. Once we've reviewed the detailed mine plan, we then take a look at the cost of reclamation for each portion of the mining operation, as well as the timing of reclamation. We would compare PolyMet's proposals to similar projects around the country, and we have access to information on the actual costs of reclamation for more than 200 mine sites in the western United States. Some cost estimates are pretty straightforward, such as building demolition or seeding of slopes, and other cost estimates would be more complicated, such as maintenance and replacement of a wastewater treatment system. We look at each financial area for coverage, assess which financial tool or tools would be needed to provide the state with adequate access to funds. When PolyMet submits its detailed financial assurance proposal, it would have to include all these items, as well as the timing of implementation of each financial tool through the life of the mine and after mining ceases. Like I said, the DNR would review this with both their internal and external experts, and just as we're doing with the supplemental draft EIS, we will seek public input before any decisions are made. Now, more specifically, into the coverage of financial assurance in the supplemental draft EIS. We worked closely with the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency in Region 5, who also worked with EPA headquarters, to make sure that the level of financial assurance coverage in the draft EIS was appropriate for this stage of review, and they agreed that it was. The supplemental draft EIS contains a description of the process for evaluating financial assurance. It has preliminary cost estimates at its peak ranging from $160 million to $200 million, with long-term annual monitoring and maintenance projections of $3.5 million to $6 million. It also outlines some of the financial instruments that would be considered. As I said before, to go to the next level of financial assurance assessment, we need to get the permit to mine application and the detailed engineering that comes with that. Once we have those details, we can zero in on the specific costs of reclamation for various stages of mining and post-mining. If additional analysis and detailed engineering of and financial assurance is available at the time of the final EIS, we would include that in the final EIS as well. These are just some examples of instruments that would be considered as PolyMet develops its financial assurance proposals, and they're listed in the supplemental draft EIS. An irrevocable letter of credit is a commonly used tool, and I can never say the first word right. It's a commonly used tool where third-party institutions like banks guarantee a certain payout that is payable directly to the DNR. The company would then have to pay an annual premium to maintain the letter of credit. Letter of credits have been used both as short-term and long-term mechanisms across the country. One that would definitely be under consideration would be a trust fund. In this case, a permittee would fund the principal of the trust with the idea being that the trust fund could create self-sustaining amounts of returns, essentially funding for long-term needs off the interest. We anticipate that any financial assurance proposal would include a variety of financial instruments and a variety of financial institutions, and we expect all of these on this slide to be considered as we look at PolyMet's proposals for financial assurance. Now, Madam Chair, I committed I wouldn't spend too much time on this slide, so I won't. But there is a handout that folks can look at, and it basically it outlines the typical EIS process, and then it also outlines the non-ferrous permit-to-mine rule-based process that is here as well. Just a couple things to highlight on this screen is anything in green represents an opportunity for public information and input onto the permit. And then what I wanted to highlight is that if you look in the top box to the left side where it says Draft EIS Public Notice Review, it's on the second line, the green box. That's where we are right now in PolyMet's proposal. We're in the public notice period of the supplemental draft environmental impact statement. And the other thing I just wanted to state is that the permit to mine process listed below, we haven't received any permit applications yet. So we haven't really kicked off that process. Obviously, they've done waste characterization as part of the supplemental draft EIS, but the permit process has not begun. We have not received applications. So next steps. In the EIS process, we have over 10,000 comments already to review on the supplemental draft EIS. It will take time to review all these comments. We've begun the process of starting to categorize them, but we won't begin our review of them until after the public comment period is over. Once all the comments have been reviewed, we'll be in a better position to determine whether additional work is needed on the science of the EIS or whether there are any changes that need to be made to the project proposal. When ready, a final EIS would be published for public review, and then followed by that would be the Commissioner's decision on whether the EIS is adequate. Next steps in the permit to mine process. So this is going to show the steps in the permit to mine process. And as I move through this, the steps on the left are the steps that are required by state law. As I move through, you'll see on the right that there's some additional actions that the DNR would take to bolster public access and public participation. All the green boxes you'll see will represent public opportunities to get information or provide input. So first we need to conduct a pre-application consultation and site visit with PolyMet. The purpose of this step is to set the expectations on what should be included in the permit applications. In conjunction with that visit, we would host a pre-application public informational meeting. The purpose of this meeting would be to outline for the public the permitting process and the input opportunities going forward. Sometime after that event, PolyMet would submit its permit applications and its financial assurance proposal. And something new that we'll add here is that when we receive the first draft of PolyMet's proposed financial assurance, we'll place it on our website, and we'll send out a notice through the Gov delivery system. Interested individuals could sign up today at our Lands and Minerals website to receive those kind of notifications. And then we'll begin our review. And again, like I said, we'll use our own staff along with MPCA and third-party contractors. But also, during that time, we would also provide a means for the public to provide input on that financial assurance proposal so that we could get that input as we're reviewing the documents. When ready, we would place a draft permit to mine on public notice for a minimum of 52 days. Now, it's a weird number, I understand, but the 52 days comes from a rule requirement that requires the notice to be placed for 4 successive weeks in a local paper, and then an additional 30 days after that. And so the notice would be in a local paper, plus it would also be given to the EQB through the EQB monitor and through the state register. We would be working closely with the MPCA to see how to best coordinate public notice of the DNR and the PCA permits, since there are a lot of connected pieces there. And we would not place any permits on public notice until after a decision is made on the adequacy of the final EIS. Additional new steps that we would commit to would also be that once the permit would be on public notice, we'll hold at least one public informational meeting on the permit to mine and financial assurance, and we would accept both objections to the permit as defined in state rule, as well as traditional comments on the permit prior to any decisions. We would then adjust the permit as necessary, and then make final decisions on the permit. There's a whole other process that involves hearings and appeals, and for the sake of time, I won't go through that today. The DNR will not issue a permit to mine unless we're confident that the financial assurance is protective of Minnesota's taxpayers. So as I mentioned earlier, we're in the public comment period of the supplemental draft environmental impact statement. All comments are due by 4:30 on March 13th. They can be emailed to the account on this slide, or they can be directly mailed to Lisa Fay, who's listed here with her address. The DNR recognizes that financial assurance is one of the most important topics when considering PolyMet's proposals. And as I said, we'll bring the highest level of professional expertise and rigor to any review. As I said, also, we would not issue a permit to mine unless it's designed to fully protect Minnesota's taxpayers and Minnesota's natural resources. So, Madam Chair, that ends my PowerPoint presentation, and with your approval, I would go on to the questions.
Please do.
Okay, Madam Chair, I was thinking I would take the approach of not reading the whole question, but basically summarizing the question before I start. If that's okay with you.
I
Thank
think
you.
that works.
Okay. The first question that was outlined in the pre-hearing questions has to do with unanticipated liabilities. And unanticipated liabilities could be something such as a spill or a leak or something like a dam breach or a pipeline failure. One example in Minnesota of unanticipated liabilities was during the cleanup of the reserve mining sites, which was completed over a many-year period into the 2000s. And some of the unanticipated liabilities that came in that situation included discovery of a lot of waste tires and drums of grease with lead contamination. And so these were items that weren't planned for, that were examples of unanticipated liabilities. As mentioned earlier, the DNR has access to over 200 mine sites in the western United States. In addition to, we are also reviewing financial assurance designs of non-ferrous mines across the nation. Some of the specific mines that we're looking at for unanticipated liabilities and other issues are the Zortman-Landusky mine in Montana, the Phoenix mine in Nevada, the Homestead mine in South Dakota, Iron Mountain in California, and more recent examples like the Flambeau mine in Wisconsin and the Eagle mine in Michigan and many others. Each of these has their own unique financial assurance and unique environmental circumstances. And so this is just an example, and we welcome any input on other specific sites that the committee or citizens in the room or that are interested in this project would like to suggest. We'll look at them all. Unanticipated liability situations can trigger violations of the permit to mine. Any violation of the permit to mine, as I said earlier, would require immediate corrective action to correct the violations, and the cost of those activities would then have to be rolled into additional financial assurance. As I said before, the company would be expected to respond immediately to corrective actions and on their own dime, and provide additional financial assurance if necessary to protect the state. Another key is to managing the risk of unanticipated liabilities would be to have a strong regulatory presence at the site. If PolyMet is permitted, DNR inspectors will have a strong on-site presence to help catch problems before they occur and to mitigate the length of any noncompliance situation if it were to occur. And Madam Chair, maybe I'll just go through all the questions then if you want to come back to additional. Okay, thank you.
I think that's a good idea.
Thank you. Oops. Madam Chair, I put up someone else's PowerPoint, so I apologize for that. The second question is regarding PolyMet insolvency. I'm just going to minimize this, Madam Chair. There we go. The second question is regarding PolyMet insolvency. As I mentioned earlier, the financial mechanisms used by the company have to assume the use of third-party contractors and be funded accordingly. The proposal must be acceptable to the Commissioner of the DNR. The DNR would look at a combination of financial instruments, including the tools that you saw on the slide earlier. The language of any proposed financial instrument would have to withstand criteria in the rules and could not be dischargeable through bankruptcy. The Department requires access to the funds, and an obligation to pay cannot be affected by receivership, bankruptcy, or insolvency of the company. The DNR has contracts in place with consultants with financial assurance experience. We would also use state experts to review the proposals for the mining, engineering, as well as the financial assurance. If present, a parent company would be listed on the permit and would be responsible for all aspects of the permit to mine. Shareholders are not listed on the permit to mine. The permittee is responsible for paying all costs associated with correcting noncompliance with their permit with their own funds. So the purpose of financial assurance is to provide additional funds in the event that the state could use in the event that we need to step in. But the first source of money is always going to be the company and the permittee and the parent company themselves. As I said earlier, we're looking at the structure of financial assurance for a number of other mine sites across the country. As we look at financial assurance for the long term, we would have to have a package that provide adequate funds even if the permittee were no longer around. A trust fund, for example, may be a type of instrument that could be established early in the life of a mine and funded prior to mining in areas that could lead to the need for long-term treatment. The timing and implementation of each financial tool is a critical consideration, and there would need to be adequate principal balance in a trust to ensure ongoing treatment, maintenance, and replacement costs and infrastructure could be accomplished using just the interest off the trust and not the principal balance. There's an example in Nevada that I'll talk about later where a trust fund was established and it was backed up by another financial tool, and the sole purpose of the other tool was to bolster the principal of the trust in the event that the trust underperformed. These long-term tools would also need to account for costs of additional protections. So, for example, returns on a trust fund would also need to include the cost of insuring infrastructure. So not only would there be funds to follow continued monitoring, maintenance, and replacement schedules for a treatment system, but there would also need to be a fund so the state could purchase insurance, like you or I might have on our house, in the event of a natural disaster, a tornado, or flood were to come in and affect the treatment system. So all of these are things that would be considered in the front end of a financial assurance package. The next question is regarding evolving science. The initial financial assurance proposals and permit to mine conditions must be based on the current science, current cost estimates, and designed to meet the current rules. However, the reclamation plan and financial assurance would be adjusted over time to reflect developing science. The permit to mine requires submittal of an annual report. In this report, it's called the Contingency Reclamation Plan, which I discussed earlier. It has to include all activities that would be implemented if the permittee ceased operations in the upcoming calendar year. The goal of this is to always stay at least 1 year ahead of any potential liabilities. At least yearly, on-the-ground results would be compared to the modeling, and adjustments would be made as needed. Changes to the reclamation plan and financial instruments would be adjusted also as required. The department would review and approve the annual report. The rules permit the commissioner to modify a permit if new information becomes available, and we can reopen a permit at any time. So the annual review, like I said, is a minimum. We can do permit modifications at any time. Negotiations with the company are not expected, but communication with the permittee about expectations is common. But the department does have unilateral authority to make changes if needed. The fourth question is about financial assurance calculation and the length of liability, and makes reference to time periods such as the 200 and 500 years time frames that were used in modeling. As I mentioned earlier, the supplemental draft EIS estimates a peak financial assurance for reclamation costs of $160 to $200 million, with an ongoing annual need of $3.5 to $6 million after the mine would cease operations. The draft EIS language was vetted through our EIS contractor with extensive experience in non-ferrous mining, and were determined to be appropriate for this stage of the review. It was also vetted with the U.S. EPA, which I mentioned also agreed. To determine the greater detail for cost closure, reclamation, post-closure care, maintenance, and monitoring, we need the kind of details that come with the permit to mine application. We do not have an application for the permit to mine because we're still in the EIS process, and additional changes and mitigation may result from public comment if the company is to move forward. The mining and operations plan, along with multiple management, monitoring, and maintenance plans, will be finalized on the project before moving forward from the EIS process. Just some examples, additional examples of things that would come in from the permit to mine include ore production schedule, the sequence of overburden removal through mining, as I said, pit cross-section, slope, pit progression, tailings basin, dam engineering, slope ratios, the construction materials, heights, and dimensions of the tailings basin, as well as details such as the exact engineering of the piping systems for treatment, the sump locations, the sequence of filters in the reverse osmosis treatment system, and maintenance schedules. We've had discussions with the company, and they're aware that the DNR expects their financial assurance proposal to thoroughly address financial liabilities and assurance needs for long-term active treatment for as long as needed. And certainly we anticipate that the need for long-term treatment would factor into any mechanisms that were proposed for long-term financial assurance. In the mining industry, there is examples of long-term financial assurance, but there's also other examples for other areas such as hazardous waste landfills, solid waste landfills, public wastewater treatment, and nuclear waste management. And as I mentioned earlier, the use of a trust fund may be an option to consider when we look at long-term needs, where the long-term needs are funded off the interest of the trust, and the trust is self-sustaining. And as I mentioned before, also, we've been benchmarking with other states, and we're going to continue to do that and to see how these challenges have been managed at other mines. Question number 5 is regarding a potential for revenue/liability mismatch. Essentially, would PolyMet be able to make enough money to cover financial assurance? And the DNR's focus would be on protecting Minnesota's taxpayers and protecting Minnesota's natural resources. We do this with our internal experts and our third-party experts in reviewing the permit to mine application and the financial assurance that would be put before us. And we would assume that PolyMet has done their homework on their business plan and their profitability. This is, however, one reason why the timing of implementation of financial tools is critical. And protections need to be in place prior to mining ore that could result in long-term financial assurance needs. So it is an important topic, and for us it's particularly important on the timing of financial assurance tools. The next question is regarding facility obsolescence, the useful life of facilities. And so the useful life of mining facilities would also be used to factor in the needs for replacement costs. PolyMet would provide the detailed designs and replacement and maintenance and cost schedules as part of their permit to mine application and financial assurance package. PolyMet would have to include replacement costs in the long-term care numbers, spreading out those costs over time and factoring in the schedule into long-term estimates. Features of the facility, some features of the facility at this point have been designed to minimize long-term replacement costs. So one example is the use of liners for waste rock storage. The supplemental draft EIS, I got to set this up a little bit. So the supplemental draft EIS concludes that acid rock drainage will not be an issue for this project for two main reasons. First, 70% of the ore, or 70% of the waste rock, is of low enough sulfur content that it cannot generate acid. But second, the remaining waste rock, which is called Category 2, 3, or 4 waste rock, would be stored on stockpiles that are expected to be in place on a liner system for about 20 years. At this point in time, the waste rock would be disposed of underwater in a mine pit, where oxidation would limit the reaction that would create acid rock drainage. So the liner manufacturer has indicated to PolyMet that they would warranty the liner system for 20 to 30 years. At that time, the liners and wastewater collection systems associated with these features could be removed and they would no longer be needed. For reverse osmosis treatment systems, pumps, membranes, and piping, these are not unique to this facility, and there's quite a bit of information on their useful life. According to my colleagues at the MPCA, pumps and pipes tend to last 20-plus years if maintained properly, while the filter membranes generally have a life expectancy of 5 to 10 years if properly maintained. So we would be working closely with the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency on all financial assurance related to a proposed reverse osmosis treatment system. The MPCA houses the state's experts in wastewater treatment performance. The key with all proposed systems and facilities is to ensure they would be designed to meet water quality standards and that full replacement of the technology is funded through financial assurance regardless of when it would be needed. Question 7 is regarding evolving water quality standards. Initial financial assurance proposals would be designed to meet today's water quality standards for as long as needed and calculated using today's cost values. The DNR would apply any new rules and standards as the language dictates, and the company would be required to comply if those came forward. Whether a facility is grandfathered in or not is heavily dependent on whatever the language is in a new rule or statute or standard that would be developed. Financial assurance, though, might need to be adjusted upward or downward based on either increasing treatment needs or costs or changes to facility compliance activities if the standards were to change. Any change to financial assurance for water quality would be the same as any other permit to mine or reclamation related change. It would require a permit amendment or maybe a modification to the financial assurance mechanism, addition of another financial assurance mechanism or another financial institution, or any combination of those types of actions. The next question is about proper assurance instruments for uncertain long-term liability. As I mentioned earlier, we're surveying other states and reviewing other mines to look at financial mechanisms like trust funds that have been set up to manage long-term treatment and maintenance. So one example is the Phoenix mine. And this is a mine that's in Nevada. It has a variety of different financial mechanisms in place, but ultimately it's intending to utilize a trust fund for any monitoring or long-term monitoring or treatment needs. In this situation, the concern is focused on the potential for acid rock drainage to reach high-quality groundwater in the area. PolyMet's long-term treatment proposal is not about acid rock drainage, but rather it's about treatment of wastewater to meet standards like the sulfate standard for wild rice. The Phoenix mine may have to install a groundwater pump and treat system and keep it in place for as long as needed. The impacts in this case were modeled out for centuries. It would utilize a lime treatment plant to effectively neutralize any acid rock drainage. And my basic understanding is that the financial assurance package includes amounts for traditional reclamation, but also then a $1 million trust fund, which would generate enough interest to handle long-term treatment needs. In assessing costs, the proposal considered a variety of items like administrative costs, monitoring and maintenance, pump and piping replacement, labor, and waste sludge management. This is the one, though, where the trust fund is then backed by a second $1 million surety bond to be used only in the event that the trust principal needs to be supplemented to generate adequate funds. The trust is held by one prominent bank but managed by another to create financial protections. And ultimately, the trust has a very defined means to access the dollars. First, they could be accessed by confirmation that no impact is possible, and in that case, the permittee could get the money back in this particular situation. Second, there's documented contamination, and the company has not taken action to correct the violation. Or third, the financial instrument is about to expire. In the case of the Phoenix mine, the initial dollars are pretty low. And part of the reason is because they estimate that they have 40 years for the balance in the trust to grow before they would need it. It also has different treatment technologies than we're talking about with PolyMet, and also different standards that it would have to meet. I want to restate, though, the third point in their access is that the financial instrument is about to expire. And this is very important because one of the features of financial assurance, any financial assurance mechanism that would be structured, would be to ensure that the DNR could cash the mechanism even if it were about to expire or if the permittee failed to maintain payments on the premium. For example, our state rules require that the DNR be notified 120 days prior to cancellation of a financial assurance mechanism. We can then cash the mechanism regardless of whether there's a pollution problem there or not. As shown in the Phoenix example, redundancy or layers of tools and financial institutions are key to any proposal. And we are also, this question brought up the idea of a state-run trust, and we are very interested in continuing to explore that possibility. We've begun discussions with the State Board of Investment about a potential future role in managing a trust. These discussions are really at preliminary stages and ongoing, and certainly no decisions have been made as we're still in the EIS process and much could change. If the project were to be ultimately permitted, the company would be required to have a robust financial assurance package that would provide adequate funding the state could access in the event they abandon the project or don't properly maintain the site. And as discussed in the presentation, the SDIS looks at a variety of range of funding levels as well as tools. Again, if there's additional mines or financial assurance packages that the committee or interested citizens would like us to consider, we welcome those suggestions. We're early in the process of looking at financial assurance, so it's a great time for us to get people's thoughts on that. The next question is regarding the adequacy of the financial assurance laws, and I guess my simple answer is that I believe they're adequate. They're flexible. We are able to continually monitor them and adjust them at a minimum on an annual basis, but more often if we need to. So that was the shortest answer. Now the next one will be the longest. The next one is about groundwater hydrology. Essentially asking, is good understanding of groundwater hydrology important to understanding a permit and understanding the supplemental draft EIS? And the answer is yes. Understanding groundwater hydrology is necessary for estimating project impacts, issuing state permits, and implementing meaningful groundwater monitoring systems for the project. The supplemental draft EIS has information on 3 phases of hydrogeological study, including well installations, data collections, pump tests, packer tests, groundwater flows. And so I'm going to go through each of these 3 phases. The first initial phase of hydrogeologic investigation was called Phase 1, was conducted at the PolyMet mine site. And the objective of this investigation was to determine the hydraulic properties of water quality from the Duluth complex and the superficial deposits at the site. In addition, preliminary geotechnical information was collected from the superficial deposits. Geotechnical information is essentially the information that would tell us if the soils can handle facilities on top of them or waste rock stockpiles and whether they'd settle. There was 10 shallow borings were placed in the superficial sediment and terminated in the bedrock in order to visually inspect the sediment and to perform aquifer tests. 3 of the superficial aquifer borings were then converted to monitoring wells from which groundwater samples were collected. Aquifer testing was conducted on 10 of the exploration borings in the Duluth complex. In addition, water samples for laboratory analysis were collected from 2 6-inch diameter exploration boreholes and a water well supply well on site. The objective of the Phase 1 study was to provide information regarding the ability of the Duluth complex and superficial deposits at the mine site to transmit water into the North Met pit. The other objective was to check the quality of water within the Duluth complex rocks and the superficial deposits, and also to do the preliminary geotechnical characterization of the superficial deposits. All of this information is needed for permitting. It's used in the water appropriations permit, the NPDES permit, and the permit to mine. The second hydrogeologic investigation, or Phase 2, was also conducted, and the objective of this investigation was to determine the hydraulic properties and the water quality of the Virginia Formation. 4 6-inch diameter pumping wells and 5 2-inch diameter observation wells were installed near the contact point between the Virginia Formation and the Duluth complex. So essentially the geology out there is that you have the superficial geology, the glacial till that is laid down. Beneath that is the Duluth complex, which is the ore body that PolyMet would be mining. Then that comes on top of the Virginia Formation. And so these hydrogeologic investigations were designed to look at those interactions between those different layers of the geology. A pumping test was conducted at each pumping well, and 4 6-inch diameter pumping wells and 5 2-inch diameter observation wells were installed at this contact point. I don't know if I said that already. A pumping test was conducted at each pumping well. 3 36-hour tests and 1 96-hour test were run. And during and following these tests, water levels in the pumping well and observation wells were recorded. The data was analyzed to determine the hydraulic properties of the Virginia Formation. Following at least 12 hours of pumping, groundwater samples were collected from each of the pumping wells and each of the test wells. Groundwater samples were analyzed for total metals, dissolved metals, and general chemistry parameters. And this is the data that's needed to help predict water quality in the mine pits during operation and during closure. A third hydrogeologic investigation, Phase 3, was conducted at PolyMet as well. And the objectives of this were to evaluate the effects of mine dewatering on wetlands in the area, in the vicinity of the mine, and to gather additional water capacity data for wells in the Virginia Formation, as well as water quality data and groundwater within the superficial deposits, the Virginia Formation, and the Duluth Complex. 3 main activities in this phase were the pump tests to evaluate the connectivity of the bedrock and the superficial deposits, capacity tests to evaluate the potential vertical movement of water in the Virginia Formation, groundwater sampling to further characterize water quality in the superficial deposits, as well as in the Virginia Formation and in the Duluth Complex. Essentially, the purpose of this phase was to understand water volume and water movement in the ore deposit, as well as the rock formations above and below that deposit when they're connected. Some additional monitoring wells were installed in 2011 and 2012 to collect additional groundwater quality data. And some of the field activities included rotosonic borings through superficial geology at a total of 26 locations to characterize the superficial deposit. And monitoring wells were then installed in 21 of those borings, and groundwater samples were collected monthly through August 2012. Okay, question 11 is regarding public input. I outlined in the PowerPoint opportunities for public input, and so what I'll do is summarize, like I said, early in the permit to mine process, we'll have a public informational meeting to outline what the public participation would look like. In that situation, we would invite not only the public, but participation of the Pollution Control Agency, the Environmental Quality Board, and local government. Assuming PolyMet applies for a permit to mine, when the application is complete, we put it on public notice, publish it in the state register, EQB monitor, and then in the local paper for 4 successive weeks. That was my 52-day public notice period. And then, again, written objections to the proposed operation and permit may be filed no later than 30 days following the last date of publication in the newspaper. As I stated earlier, we added new public input steps, including posting of the first draft of the financial assurance proposals on our website and notification to citizens via our Gov delivery system. We would provide a means for people to provide input on that first draft, and we would coordinate our public notice with the MPCA's permits. We would not intend to start the public notice process for the permits until after a decision is made on adequacy of the final EIS. We're also committing today to hold at least one public informational meeting during the public notice period, even though it's not required by state rules. And we would also accept both formal objections to the permit as well as traditional comments for consideration prior to any final decisions. Question 12 is regarding engineering standards. The DNR and the MPCA would evaluate engineering design, facility, and equipment plans in determining whether standards can be met with the design that's proposed. The focus here is on performance to meet the standards. For the example of reverse osmosis treatment, we'd be coordinating that engineering review heavily with the MPCA. As I said, reverse osmosis treatment is widely used in many applications to treat wastewater or even drinking water. And along with the MPCA, we ensure that any proposed system design is both durable and protective of water quality. We do not, however, dictate the control technology that a company proposes. We do dictate that it must be effective in protecting natural resources and it must meet water quality standards. Ultimately, we require that facilities be operated in compliance and have the authority, as I said, to modify, suspend, cancel, or revoke a permit, or to assess civil penalties in order to correct violations for noncompliance. Question 13 is regarding annual financial assurance review. The DNR would review and evaluate PolyMet's financial assurance at least annually. Like I said before, we can open that up anytime. The initial financial assurance requirements would need to include the assumption that long-term active treatment, wastewater treatment facilities would be in place. Passive, non-mechanical treatment systems would be required to be evaluated during the life of the project by pilot studies and tests under actual site conditions. The financial assurance would then be required for passive systems if they are approved. But going forward with the first round of analysis on financial assurance would be about assuming that they would have long-term active treatment in place, and we would not assume that they would have passive systems come into play when we do that initial calculation. If proven successful, passive treatment systems could potentially lower the costs and the corresponding financial assurance, but we would only evaluate that after the technology was proven. The next question is about project impact modeling, and this is regarding, again, 200 and 500 years of treatment. And I'm going to ask Assistant Director of Ecological and Water Resources, Steve Colvin, to come up and work through with that question with you.
Madam Chair,
Just state your name for the record.
my name is Stephen Colvin, STEVENCOLVIN, and I'm Assistant Director for the Division of Ecological and Water Resources for Minnesota DNR. As Jess said, he asked me to respond to this question because it has a bit more to do with the EIS than with financial assurance. One component of the question asks what are the ranges and how long reclamation efforts will have to go at a 90% modeling significance. And I want to state that the model was developed to ensure that the proposed treatment approach would meet water quality standards for all parameters at all evaluation points for as long as it would take and for the peak concentrations that are predicted. Therefore, the model was designed assuming proposed active treatment for as long as required to meet the evaluation criteria, and it was not designed to answer the question of how long might treatment be needed. That was an assumption in the model. So some of the physical processes and treatment measures that could potentially reduce duration of the active treatment, therefore, were not fully explored or included in the model. For example, the Goldson model currently assumes that all constituents in waste rock, such as sulfate or metals, would be released at the same rate over time until completely depleted from every rock in the stockpile. This is not something that would happen in nature, thus the model tends to overestimate the actual amount of constituent release. And there are other parameters where we design things like that as well, because we were seeking an answer to a different question. The second question is just asking about the possibility that the ranges extend longer than 200 to 500 years. It's a possibility. However, as I just indicated, the model was not designed to predict the length of treatment, so any estimate I could make would be calculated. And then the third question is what steps has our agency taken to verify models' ability to accurately anticipate non-ferrous mining impacts? We carefully evaluated and approved all of the assumptions, the data values or data ranges, the types of analyses that were used in the model, the equations, the calculations, the formulas. In some cases, like baseline groundwater quality at the mine site, we required additional data collection and analysis. The model was calibrated, evaluated to determine if it produced realistic results. QA, QC, or quality assurance, quality control, was done on the model by both the proposer and by DNR's contractors. And finally, DNR and PCA staff carefully analyzed and evaluated model outputs. Another thing that we did at the request of PCA on some parameters, particularly some of the baseline water quality parameters, was to conduct a sensitivity analysis to see how sensitive the model outputs might be to some of those input variables.
Okay, Madam Chair. Back to me. Question number 15 is financial assurance civil penalties. And the DNR has not had to assess civil penalties for the failure to comply with financial assurance requirements. We do have authority to impose civil penalties if a permittee violates any provision of state statute, rules, or the permit. Other actions available to the DNR if the permittee fails to comply with corrective actions requirements include suspension of a permit to mine, assessment of civil penalties, revocation of a permit, or modification of the permit. The biggest penalty a company could receive is revocation of the permit, followed closely by cashing of a financial assurance mechanism. And we have the authority to use all of these options if the situation presented itself. The final question is about the proposed evaluation. I've talked earlier about the process that the DNR would use to go through this evaluation. As I said, we have staff with expertise in material handling, construction, and mining costs. We have engineers, geochemists, reclamation specialists, to name a few. We've hired consulting firms through an RFP process with mining expertise and financial assurance experience. And we're also looking to bring in additional financial expertise to help review any proposed PolyMet financial assurance proposal when it's submitted with their permit to mine application. Our current contractors are Emmons and Oliver Resources, or EOR, DPRA Incorporated, and Environmental Resources Management, or ERM. EOR specializes in the technical review of management plans, data packages, and the science of a permit to mine. DPRA has both mining and financial expertise and would be focusing on financial reviews, financial instruments, and the ground truthing of any of PolyMet's cost estimates. ERM is a company with over 5,000 employees, which has extensive experience in mining operations, engineering, reclamation, long-term water treatment and monitoring, as well as risk assessment and financial assurance for mining. And as stated earlier, one of the questions in the question was whether the public would have access to comments from our consultants, and all correspondence that's submitted by our consultants is part of the public record and is available. So as I stated earlier, we are currently in the public comment period for the supplemental draft EIS. No decisions have been made on the adequacy of the EIS, and public comment can directly result in changes to the proposed project. PolyMet has not submitted its permit to mine applications nor its detailed financial assurance proposals, and therefore no decisions have been made on financial assurance for this project, and we encourage Minnesotans to weigh in now with their ideas. The supplemental draft environmental impact statement will be on public notice and take comments and is open until March 13th, and all comments must be submitted to the DNR in writing by that time. Madam Chair, that concludes my comments, and we'll stand for questions.
Thank you. We will, as this committee, and I will submit on behalf of the committee, the questions that House Research posed as part into the public record. I also would note that staff has provided the contact information and their handouts out there if folks want to put something into the public record. Representative Hansen?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Director Richards. A couple questions on different topics. And so you were discussing the financial assurance, and I was listening to see about financial assurance for wetland mitigation. You were talking about the financial assurance for the DNR, and we have statute providing for financial assurance for the local governments, and I think some of the mines have provided financial assurance for wetland mitigation. So just maybe a little bit about that local government impact and how that plays into the document in front of us.
Madam Chair, members, absolutely, wetland mitigation would be part of any financial assurance proposal. That we would require that to be part of any financial assurance proposal. Again, the key with wetland mitigation is the timing of that financial assurance mechanism to ensure that any mechanism to fund the mitigation activities would be in place prior to the impacts. And so wetland mitigation is also something that can be changed or improved also through the life of a permit to mine as we do the annual review. So one of the things we look at in that annual review is the progression of mitigation, and it is the whether there's additional mitigation that's required, and is the mitigation plan lining up with the actual mine operations as they were proposed. And so not only would we change the permit if needed to address mitigation, but we would also then at that time change the financial assurance package as well.
So does the authority and the responsibility rest with DNR for the assurance with wetland mitigation, or does the local government, does there have to be financial assurance for the wetland mitigation to the local governments as well for their role?
Madam Chair, members, the authority for financial assurance determination is through the DNR. But just like we do with the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, we would coordinate that with local government. And so, as we do with the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency, they will have very strong interest in the reverse osmosis treatment system and financial assurance that would be in place for that. And there are instances where you can devise a financial assurance mechanism that's payable to an additional party as well.
And Madam Chair, follow up on a different subject. You had mentioned a state trust fund, and we've had some experience with state trust funds, the tobacco settlement and other trust funds where money seems to get reappropriated. So, but we look federally, we have something like a strategic petroleum reserve where the federal government keeps oil, essentially as an asset for need. And I know we have severance taxes and we have occupation taxes, but is there a model out there that where the state would keep part of the ore, that we would have a tangible asset? We would have copper, Minnesotans would have copper, nickel, palladium, platinum, etc., and keep that as a tangible asset for financial assurance rather than money that is in a trust fund that can be appropriated. And I'm just, is there any example of that, or is there any possibility of that would be involved?
Madam Chair, members, that's a very interesting concept, and I have not found thus far an example of that, but it is something we will definitely look into. The ability for a trust fund, but let me step back. If we were to go down a path of using a strategic metals reserve or something to that effect, I would suggest anyhow that it would be in addition to financial assurance, or it would be something that would go along with financial insurance and not necessarily the only financial assurance. So it might be a part, again, if that were an option, it would be part of a broader package that would include multiple tools and multiple mechanisms. The concept of a trust fund being, raid-proof is very important. And this is something that before we would execute a trust fund, we'd have to lawyer it up a little bit. And as I talked about in the case of the Phoenix mine, you can see in that situation it's actually held with two different large financial institutions and not the state. And in that situation, the ability to draw from that trust fund has very descriptive and limited reasons. And so I think those are all very important topics that we would have to definitely have in place for any mechanism.
Next is Representative Falk.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Richards. I appreciate the work you put into this, and I know it's a fairly complex issue to kind of wrap your head around. I I'm curious as to what value the department placed on water. And I just understand that there are some concerns about impacts to watersheds, and I just want to know what dollar value, I mean, and maybe that's a real simple way of putting it, but just so we can understand, what was the dollar value placed on arbitrarily a gallon of water, and then how would that be put into the financial assurance package?
Madam Chair, members, the purpose of the financial assurance, like I said in the slides, is to estimate the costs based on today's costs, based on today's rules, and so the potential value, future value of water is certainly an important topic. And what the permit to mine would do, and then ultimately the financial assurance package, it would be designed to be protective of water quality. And so the first thing that would occur is that we wouldn't issue a permit to mine or agree to a financial assurance package unless we were confident that it was protective of all natural resources, but specifically of water quality, which then inherently protects the value of water. But in addition to that, then, that financial assurance package would need to be robust enough to ensure that those treatment technologies, which are designed to protect water quality, are in place and can survive long term, even if the company's not around. And then lastly, I guess I would say that as science, or as we talked about, as science and or standards change, the process, the permitting process, the annual review process allows for change. And so if this committee or this body were to put forward a dollar amount that needed to be included in financial assurance for the future value of water, we would adjust accordingly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm curious. I don't think I heard much of an answer. Is there? I mean, seriously. This should be a relatively simple calculation. I mean, we should be able to understand how many gallons of water flow through the watershed, and we should be able to assign, even with current values, is it a penny a gallon, a tenth of a penny, 100,000th of a penny of a gallon? This should be a pretty simple calculation. So what is the value that the department, under current circumstances, places on water, and just how many gallons of water? I mean, this information should be available, should it not?
Madam Chair, members, the draft EIS contains extensive evaluation of water quality, including the gallons of water that would be flowing through a wastewater treatment system or through mine pits and through the process. I don't have that information for you. I apologize off the top of my head. It is contained in the draft EIS. As I mentioned, the financial assurance calculations that are in the draft EIS are numbers that were submitted by PolyMet. They were then cross-checked with our consultants who have experience in financial assurance, and then they were run by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. And so I don't know right now if there's an actual dollar cost per gallon of water, as you're asking, but we vetted the language that's in the supplemental draft EIS through those parties, and they thought it was sufficient for this time in the stage of review.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess this is just kind of troubling because, and I'm not just talking about the water that runs through the treatment facility, because, if you have a situation where you get some leaching into a watershed and, it affects a person's drinking water, well, that person then has to go out and procure other sources of water. And so it would be my hope that money is set aside within that financial assurance package to make sure that a person who has no benefit to this facility but has a potential negative impact is not unduly burdened. And once again, I'm just asking because this is something that the DNR should have readily accessible. What the value of a gallon of water is, and not just, for the proposer, but for the other entities, individuals, people, local units of government within the watershed. And I'm hopeful that I really hope that you have some modeling that indicates how much water is flowing through the entire watershed. We've been appropriating money for long time to go and at least understand our hydrology, and I really hope that this shouldn't be hard for you to have the department bring back just a simple, how many gallons of water moving through the watershed, and what is the value. And I would say that, looking at it statically today, that's one thing, but we all know that water is becoming more scarce, and so I'd like to understand or know what value the department is going to place on water as it becomes less and less available, and we have more demand for it. There's the whole price and flexibility demand calculation, and I'd like to just understand what value, because we should be talking about, not just present value, but future value of water. So could you please bring that back?
Representative Cobb?
Yeah, I've been concerned, Madam Chairman, I've been concerned about these financial instruments ever since we first started talking about it. I'd much rather see something that's in language I can understand, like maybe a bond issued by a bonding company like Lloyd's of London, to see if they could get into this discussion and assure us that what's happening. But when you look at the SDEIS, there are 3 pages of financial information in that. And one of the things that's kind of disturbing when you go back and look at it is that the source of those 3 pages is from the Fourth Company, from that it looks as if it was taken directly from the memo that came from the Fourth Company. Now, the Fourth Company is a company that is specifically working on the behalf of PolyMet. So one of the things when you look at the basic rules about EISs, it's not that you just put something in. You're also required to show the work. So has there any requirement made to the Fourth Company or to show the work behind this financial assurance document?
Madam Chair, members, I don't know about the specifics of what Foth submitted, but I'm sure if it's in our
Well, I guess I'm talking
it's
about
available. So, but
the specific pages, the pages 136 to 139 in the SDEIS.
yes, Madam Chair, members, I understand. The company, in any case, submits proposals for permits, for supplemental draft EIS, for their project. The company submits those proposals, and our job is to review them with rigor. At both the state and federal level, financial assurance is not required to be in an EIS. However, we've had conversations with EPA about this, and we believe it's important that to start at the supplemental draft EIS stage and to at least outline, as the supplemental draft EIS did, the range of dollar estimates and the range of tools that might be envisioned through the life of a mine. Now, as we've talked with EPA, and we agree, if there are additional details, so if PolyMet submits a detailed financial assurance proposal and we begin to subject it to the state rigor of review, if we have additional details that we could place in the final EIS, then a final EIS would have additional information on financial assurance.
Well, the major question is the requirement to show the work that gets to this financial assurance. Is there an intention of doing that? And I guess so will the final EIS then look into the work that's behind those financial institutions? There was one discussion at some point that, well, we'll put off the final financial guarantees until the permit to mine is issued. And I think some of us think that that's very much too late, because the kind of public input that we have at the time of a permit to mine is very much different than the public input that we have at the time of the EIS. And I'm not sure, what I'm not quite sure is what happens to public input compared to the preliminary EIS and then the final EIS. So,
Okay, Madam Chair, members, I understand now where you were asking me. I apologize. The financial assurance in the draft EIS is open for public comment right now, as we've talked about.
Okay.
And at some point, PolyMet will submit a detailed financial assurance package. Now, as I said, if that detailed package and analysis is available at the time of the final EIS, then it would be included in the final EIS and open again for public comment. But in addition to that, that's just in the EIS process. Like I said, once we receive PolyMet's first draft, regardless of quality, we will place it on our website and make sure people have access, and we'll provide a way for people to provide input right away into the financial assurance. And so the permit to mine process, is the place where financial assurance is handled and the detailed analysis of financial assurance occurs. But we recognize that the importance of this issue and the importance for public input into this important issue for the state. And that's why we want to make it available early, take public input often, and that's why we'll also provide additional public input opportunities in the permit to mine process if we get to that point.
well, last point. I guess one of the problems has been looking at a previous application and looking at the Mintac extension project and looking at the permit to mine amendment application there. And again, the financial assurances there are very, very small in the permit to mine.
Okay.
And I think what some of us are looking for is we're looking for
Whatever.
the kind of financial assurances that show that not only DNR, and I don't know why, I think I trust your hydrology experts more than your financial experts. It's just kind of what the job description of the agency is. But I would really like to see the big shots in the financial community, looking into this and having an ability to look at the financial assurance, particularly over this long period of time. And we've seen these examples in other ones where the mining company, just a small mining company that no one ever, that this is their own, goes bankrupt. And I'm not sure how the assurance that you've made that bankruptcy doesn't discharge the responsibility, I'm not sure how actually it doesn't, how you then go after it. And the financial company backing it is also, what I would like to see is something that has a much more robust financial community. But I think the major thing I've gotten to is that there is this basic statement for EISs that you just don't put a statement in it, you also have to show the work behind it. And I don't think we've seen that in this preliminary one. And the question is, will we see it in the final one? And it's not acceptable to me to say that it will come in the permit to mine, because the experiences with that and the absence really of public comment on that seems to show that that's much too late for the process to go on. So I'm going to leave to more experts than me, on the science issues that we're looking at, the hydrology issues, the reclamation issues, and so forth. And I'm not even pretending to be the expert on the financial issues. All I'm asking is that the financial backing issues be answered by experts, and that DNR really look into independent verification instead of just going to the PolyMet consultant for that information.
I'm going to give you the next question, but first I would like to acknowledge that Representative Falk's question is a good one, and it's one that has to be answered. Minnesota's been blessed with an abundance of water, and we love it. But because we have an abundance of water, we've never put a monetary value on it. But look what's happening in California, where water has become so scarce, and as water becomes scarce, and our neighbors have scarce water, the value of their water goes up, the value of our water will go up, and it'll probably go up dramatically. So as I am listening to your contingency plans, I haven't heard any set aside of money for what happens if something happens to this resource that is going to become more valued over time. So that's something that needs to be addressed. But let me get to question 10. When you answered that, you did not say anything about the recent media reports that suggested that the modeling may be flawed. Would you want to talk about that?
Madam Chair, I'd be glad to turn that over to Steve Colvin.
Madam Chair, representatives, at some point during the PolyMet EIS development, a new gauging station was installed in the upper Portage River near the PolyMet mine site. That was not built for the PolyMet project. It's not related to the PolyMet project. DNR has, over a period of time, collected some water samples from that. And in a one-year period of record, developed a rating curve. And so really, at this point, we have another gauge site with 1 year's worth of data. What we intend to do, and what we're actually doing now with our hydrology staff and with the assistance of some other hydrology and hydrogeology experts, is we're trying to evaluate what does the gauge information from that site mean, because there are quite a few complications that are related to North Shore Pit, just north. Measured surface water flow, unmeasured surface water flow, and unmeasured groundwater flow, in addition to base flow for the Partridge. That our hydrologists are trying to sort out, and we're trying to determine, first of all, which set of data might be better to use going into the final EIS, whether or not modeling or redoing the model for that particular variable is needed. And we'll also be looking at other areas where we know we have additional data, and we anticipate at least the possibility that commenters might also other data that we might need to evaluate in terms of modifying parameter values and rerunning the model.
Is the basic problem here that we don't have a geologic atlas for this area of the state? And because we don't have a geologic atlas, we know very little about the hydrology. So one of the concerns I'm sitting here with is that you are placing monitoring wells without knowing the hydrology. And normally you know the hydrology first, so you put the monitoring wells in where they will be the most helpful. And we are, I think you're in a pickle here, because we don't have a geologic atlas. Has the DNR thought about pushing for a geologic atlas in this area before we go ahead with all of these mining plans?
Madam Chair, members, I have a few answers to that. I did an email exchange with Mr. Dale Setterholm from Minnesota Geological Survey yesterday. First of all, the Minnesota Geological Survey is assessing using a couple pilot sites. One's in Babbitt, one's in, I believe, Virginia, to assess essentially whether or not a county geologic atlas would be feasible for St. Louis County. A couple of problems that he cited in his email to me are low road density, low well density. Geologic atlas tends to use a lot of existing information rather than new information. And of course, that's the Part A atlas that they do, so that's the geology part. Part B would be hydrology. And so we're probably looking in the ballpark of 5 years away from having a county geologic atlas. A second thing that he mentioned in the very last sentence of his email is it's important to realize that the atlases are not a substitute for the kind of detailed work necessary to characterize the geology at proposed mines. The atlases are helpful in providing a framework for those studies, but in fact, the hydrogeologic work, sampling work, and analytical work that's been done specifically for PolyMet might have been aided by a geologic atlas had it existed, but is adequate without the geologic atlas. I think the third thing, and this is an environmental review answer, that one of the areas of in an EIS is how to deal with incomplete or unavailable information, and the environmental review rules kind of instruct that if information isn't available or can't be made available in a reasonable period of time, or it's beyond the state of the art, you essentially note that in the EIS, and you note the reasons why you can't provide that information, and you proceed without it. So that would be a third reason. I think what would have been most terrific, had we had it, would have been a gauge with a 10-year period of record at the proposed project site. What we had was a gauge with a 10-year period of record pretty close to 17 miles from a project site, but in the same watershed. And that's, according to my hydrogeologist, that's not too bad. That's better than they usually get. Usually they have to use a gauge from a separate watershed.
Well, having a not too bad says to me that financial assurance has to be much stronger than if we had had an atlas and knew the flow of water. So now that we don't, we're just kind of got some information and not enough, it almost seems like you have to assume the worst. And that is one of the problems in dealing with the financial assurance here. If we don't know what's going on underground, we don't know how the water's flowing, then what do we assume for dollars to take care of a problem that we can't define? I think that's the fundamental issue here. What are the dollars for a problem that we haven't yet defined? Representative Ham.
If I could, just one question of you. I'm trying to remember here, but didn't we appropriate a significant amount of money to the agency to update and create geologic atlases?
Representative Falk, we are trying to get on finish all the atlases within the next 10 years, and we have been appropriating money to that end.
And Madam Chair, I guess my question is I think that we've known about this proposed project for a number of years, as the agency has. Perhaps it'd be prudent to ask the agency if they've fast-tracked an atlas for St. Louis County, or what the progress is, or just where they're focusing their efforts, because clearly we have a lack of knowledge here, and perhaps focusing efforts in this part of the state would be more prudent than some other parts. Not that they aren't important, but we've known about this for a long time, so I want to know why hasn't more progress been made?
Madam Chair, Representative, as I had said earlier, the Minnesota Geological Survey, which starts the atlas process, has initiated a geological atlas study. Right now they're in the stage of trying to determine feasibility for all of St. Louis County. Once they're completed with the geology work, that's a necessary precursor, and that's about a 3-year process. And then once Part A is complete, then DNR can continue and will continue with the hydrology piece of it, and that's about a 2-year task. So it's in the queue. It's not even in the queue. It's under development. It's just in early stages.
I think appropriately it should be said that there are pilots under review, not a geologic atlas for the whole county.
Madam Chair, you're correct. They're pilots to determine feasibility.
Well, thank you. And I guess just the So when was this process started? Was it started a year ago, 2 years ago? How far back was it initiated?
Madam Chair, Representative, I don't have when it was started, but I know that from the recent conversation, the pilots have just been selected.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just my comment, and then I'll end there. But this project, I mean, we've known about it for, I'd say, upwards of 5, 6, 7 years. And so just knowing that this is going to be somewhat in-depth process, I would have hoped that that work would have been started at a more timely time to actually have some relevancy to our discussions here.
Representative Hamilton's next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Director, my questions are, the first part of my questions are directed towards the 6132 rules. Can you please just walk me through those as far as when those rules were implemented? What was the process to develop those rules, and did we take public input? And then subsequently, does the DNR and the EPA support the rules that we have in place today? And then I have follow-ups after that, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, members, I believe the non-ferrous permit to mine rules, which included financial assurance, were created in 1993. And with any rulemaking process, there's a robust opportunity for public input and engagement in the rulemaking process. And so that was all. There's a full record, statement of need and reasonableness, all public comments related to the rules, and we have all that available. Second part of your question, I'm sorry.
Are the rules adequate? Does the DNR and the EPA, do they support the rules as they exist today?
One of the questions he already answered.
Madam Chair, members, the DNR believes that the rules are robust and they're protective of Minnesota's natural resources. I have not asked the EPA if they believe they're adequate, but that may have been done at the time of the rulemaking. I was over at the PCA at that time.
All right. Thank you. Madam Chair. You've said this a couple of times, but once again, will a permit be granted if the financial assurance plan is not approved by the DNR?
Madam Chair, members, no.
And Madam Chair, I guess the last question, usually at what point in the permitting process is the financial assurance information expected by the DNR? Meaning, is PolyMet, are they ahead of schedule with the information requested? Are they behind? Is it sufficient as far as the process itself?
Madam Chair, members, right now I would say that PolyMet is right on schedule with their proposals for financial assurance. The draft EIS contains the level of financial assurance that is appropriate for a supplemental draft EIS stage, and the detailed financial assurance package comes in with the detailed engineering that comes with the permit to mine application.
Representative Dill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Mr. Colvin.
Representative Dill, will you speak more into the mic?
Mr. Colvin, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Colvin, you really rattled through number 14. Could you give us one more time what you said? And I'm particularly interested in the concept that the model, I'm envisioning a pile of waste rock. And that what I thought I heard you say was that the model anticipated that rain and air and things that would affect a pile of waste rock in the model would completely take out all of the sulfides out of a rock. I mean, or say a big rock, even from the very center of the rock, and deposit it on downstream into a river. But it seems to me like it would more affect the outside perimeter of the rocks, not the inside. So I'm trying to get my arms around that, and I thought I heard you say something like that, and if I was wrong, I was wrong. So could you give it to me again? I don't think my point is I don't think that it's going to get into the center of a 3-yard rock.
Madam Chair, Representatives, I think, although I rattled through it, I think the representative got it pretty close. My point in providing that example is that when we were trying to model the water chemistry, because we presumed a long time of treatment, we didn't have to put an awful lot of effort into trying to figure out precisely how much of whatever chemical parameter might leach out of the different rocks of different sizes in different locations in the stockpile over the course of time. And so to simplify that aspect of the model, because that wasn't an important question, we just said, we'll just assume it all leaches out. So it's a simplifying thing.
So, Madam Chair, thank you. So actually, the model then likely overestimates the amount that would be going out into the environment. Would that be the correct assumption? I think I heard you said.
Madam Chair, representatives, that's certainly what I would conclude for this particular aspect.
Madam Chair, to Representative Hansen's question about financial assurances and royalties, there is an instance in precedent where a mining company pledged as collateral to the state their mining their ore reserves as collateral for a project. But I believe the problem with this project would be that the third party owns the mineral rights, not PolyMet. And so that particular thing, even though there is a precedent, it was Minnesota Steel and Iron, and I believe the Bennett family owned the rights, at least at the very beginning of it was the Bennett family owned the rights. They could do that because they owned them. But under this circumstances, a third party owns them, and we'd have to get them to agree to pledge the mineral rights as part of a financial assurance package. I'm not saying that's not possible, but I am saying that it's different. But there is a precedent for pledging mineral rights as a part of financial assurance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Richards, my question has to do with the timing of financial assurance detailed information. It's my understanding that we don't really understand what process the company is even going to use until we get to the permitting process. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, members, yes. So the supplemental draft outlines options, and it outlines estimates over the period of the life of the mine, but does not outline what process or combinations of mechanisms or how each one would be linked to specific reclamation needs that would come through a permit to mine.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So to accurately put together a financial assurance package is really virtually impossible until you have identified the mining processes that are going to be used, and they would not be defined until the permitting process. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, members, that's correct. We need the details of the permit to mine and the engineering in order to properly go through the entire financial assurance proposal.
Madam Chair, thank you. So would you say that the timing and how Minnesota's process is set up with financial assurance and when the details are incorporated, is it appropriate or should it be changed?
Madam Chair, members, I believe that it is appropriate. We need to have the permit application details in order to properly assess financial assurance. So in order to compare reclamation estimates across the nation, we need to know exactly what the details of the permit to mine would bring forward. And that process would start following, as I mentioned, a public informational meeting to kick off the permit to mine process sometime thereafter when PolyMet would submit their financial assurance proposals.
Thank you.
Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director Richards, can you walk us through a little bit? I mean, we're at the supplemental draft EIS at this point. That's not the first document that's been created throughout this process. Through volumes of public input, it has changed from what? So take me from the first document, the first EIS that was done, to where we are today and the scope of those two different documents, please.
Madam Chair, I'll defer that question to Steve Colvin. He lived through the changes. So.
Madam Chair, representatives, The EIS process started with the submittal of what's called a scoping EAW data submittal by PolyMet to the DNR. Then from that, we create a companion document called a draft scoping decision document. And together those documents are intended to develop the blueprint for the EIS. There's a public review process with a public meeting. Comments are received, and the scoping decision document is finalized. And then starts the development of the EIS. And a part of the blueprint that's outlined in the scoping process is the different alternatives that are going to be examined, the different sorts of scientific investigations that are going to be done. And so there's literally hundreds of different scientific reports for different aspects of the PolyMet process. The information from those reports is reviewed in depth and detail by the co-lead agency experts in those respective areas and by the cooperating agency experts in those in the areas of their expertise. That's part of the federal process. Keep in mind that PolyMet's a joint state-federal EIS, so we incorporate a bit of the federal process in it. Our contractor eventually takes that information once it's finalized and produced the draft EIS document. That's the document that went out for public review in late 2009, early 2010, and was, again, we had public meetings, a long public comment period. After that, and based on a number of different things that I won't get into right now, a decision was made by the co-lead agencies to do a supplemental draft EIS, and so from 2010 until late 2013, we reworked a lot of the analyses, actually brought in an entirely different water model, and developed a supplemental draft EIS. So that's kind of a snapshot of where we came from 2005 to where we are now in early 2014.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to follow up on that, obviously DNR and other agencies have a lot of time and money tied up in this whole process. What is the mechanism that DNR has in place that helps them to recover their costs that are involved in developing the EIS and the SDEIS?
Madam Chair, representatives, the state requires the proposer to pay the costs of an EIS.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to this date, do you have any kind of an estimate as to how much that the proposer has paid in developing the EIS?
Madam Chair, representatives, I don't have it off the top of my head. The payment to the state is in the ballpark of $20 to $25 million, I believe. I will look that up and provide that information so I can give you an accurate up-to-date.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Then moving on, Director Richards, you talk a lot about the reverse osmosis process, and you talk about rigorous review, you talk about rigorous evaluation. Walk me through exactly what is reverse osmosis. I think I have an idea. And then also describe for me the quality of the water that is the result of that reverse osmosis.
Madam Chair, members, depending on what level of detail you want to go, I might have to call the PCA up. But reverse osmosis is, as I mentioned, it's a very widely used treatment technology. In fact, I even have one in my house for drinking water. And it's a filter membrane system. And essentially the water comes through that filter membrane system, and it is a scalable technology, so therefore, depending on the volumes of water, you can add additional filter units to a reverse osmosis system. It is something that is easily monitored to see performance. So my understanding from my colleagues at the PCA is that You are, through monitoring, you can tell how the membrane system is performing and whether you need to replace membrane systems. And so it's widely used in not only wastewater treatment across the state, but also in drinking water filtration. And the purpose then is to ensure that it meets state water quality standards. One example in this case is that PolyMet is proposing to meet the state's sulfate standard for wild rice, which is 10 parts per million.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Final question, and this is more of an observation. I'm concerned that, I read the Duluth Tribune in their editorial today about the hearing and so forth, and I hope, I've seen other companies walk away from significant investments at Big Stone 2 and places like that, and I certainly hope that this legislative session doesn't turn into, as the Duluth Tribune refers to it, as some sort of an assassination attempt. Thank you.
Representative Hanson.
Madam Chair, I guess I'm not clear what that last comment was or for, but I was just going to acknowledge Representative Dill with the thank you with Representative Rukavina gone. I was hoping that you would have the, well, maybe not the historical knowledge, but the precedent ability to give us some background on that. On the groundwater question, and I was following up on Representative Falk and Wagenius, and I think it comes into cost. When we're talking about financial assurance with cost and groundwater, I went back and checked the statute about from the Groundwater Act of 1989 about the degradation prevention goal, which talks about degradation from human activities. And when we're talking about cost, whether it's reverse osmosis or those things, it's cleanup or mitigation and back when I worked in environmental protection, we always said prevention was better than cleanup. So how does the environmental impact statement deal with 103H, the groundwater degradation statute? I mean, where are there places where that's put in, where the statute applies to the practices to minimize the degradation? How does that, because we've got 25-year-old law here relating to degradation, but we've been talking about cost with cleanup.
Madam Chair, Representatives, the environmental impact statement talks both about mitigative measures that are taken to try and prevent or reduce is probably a better word, reduce degradation of ground and surface waters, as well as treatment methodologies as more as corrective actions. If you, just as an example, the permanent stockpile is designed in a manner that it will have a permanent geosynthetic cover, and that's intended to reduce water flow through the stockpile, and it would reduce groundwater contamination in that manner because it would reduce the amount of groundwater getting there, having more of it run off-site before it encounters the rocks. So there are various measures like that in the EIS as well.
So as I hear it, the intention is to reduce groundwater contamination? Is that?
Madam Chair, Representatives, for that particular element, yes. Just
so the committee understands that groundwater in Minnesota under our rules is considered drinking water. Okay, let's see, we have Representative Clark, and we're going to try now to be real quick with our questions because I would like to get to our list of other testifiers because Mr. Richards is going to be back with us. So I think I'm not going to take any more questions here after the ones I have on my list, but he will be back, and we are not limiting the hearing. We will be back and answer all questions. But Representative Clark is next.
Madam Chair, I'll be real short. I was also wondering about question number 14, financial assurance is based on models, and you said numerous times during this discussion that the models are not designed to predict time. Why? Why were they allowed not to have the time element?
Madam Chair, representatives, what we felt was the more important question, because we were presuming that it would require treatment over a long period of time, we thought it was much more important for the model to examine all concentration, possible concentrations coming out of the tailings basin or off the stockpile, and including peak concentrations. So that was the direction we went with the design of the model.
Madam Chair, I guess I don't know how you can get to even defining peak if you're not looking at a time frame, so I'll just leave it at that. Maybe we'll hear from others who can help us understand that.
Representative Lyons.
I have a question about the wetlands, and I'm not sure exactly. It's kind of a relation to Representative Falk's line of questioning about the valuation of things. And my understanding is that the wetlands that may be displaced by the project are not only unique to that. I mean, they're wetlands within a watershed serve some purpose within the watershed, and if they are lost, it's not necessarily easy, especially these wetlands, to replace them quickly or to. And I'm not sure how one values that, and also the fact that will the wetlands that are replaced to put in to replace the ones that are lost, will they benefit that watershed, or will they be placed somewhere else? I mean, I think in some ways we're dealing with a very unique water system here that's different from perhaps putting in a replacement water wetland in another part of the state. I'm just wondering how you evaluate that, and what kind of valuation you put on those wetlands.
Madam Chair, members, one of the things that comes in with the permit to mine application is also the approvals for wetland mitigation if necessary under the Wetland Conservation Act. And so the DNR is the authority over wetlands related to mining, and so part of that process is to figure out, and it's also discussed in the EIS, but part of that process is to figure out what type of replacement and recreation of wetlands on site would have to occur, but then also what kind of wetlands off-site mitigation would have to occur, what the ratio would be. And so things like the location of proposed mitigation sites along with the ratio of the amount of wetlands that would be needed are important factors in determining the cost of those wetlands. The value of land is important. I don't have those estimates off the top of my head, but certainly that is absolutely something that we have to have on the front end, and then we have to look at annually, because, as you know, land prices change and wetland value will change too. And so that's something that would have to be definitely monitored throughout the life of a mine.
Representative Benson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, this question that I'm going to ask the testifiers is something that my neighbors and friends, relatives have been asking, because lots of people aren't into all the minutia, of the mining industry and all that. But they asked me about a news article in which I think it was in the Tribune suggesting that it may take maybe as long as 500 years to do monitoring and maintenance. The first question is, are those kinds of news reports accurate? Are they within the ballpark? Are they where is that in relation to reality of mining operations in sulfite mining?
Madam Chair, representatives, as I had commented earlier, the exact time period or an estimate of the time period over which treatment would have to be done was not part of what we studied in the EIS. We rather studied how we presumed it would take a long time and studied a long enough period of time to make sure that we encountered the peak concentrations for the different types of parameters that we were modeling for. And so to look at where that peak hit at, say, the mine site, it took up to 200 years depending on where on the Partridge River we were looking, and at the plant site it took up to 500 years depending on where on the Embarrass River we were looking.
Madam Chair, a quick follow-up. All right, then could you give me an illustration or an example somewhere in the United States or even in the world in which sulfide mining operation has been monitored or maintained for up to 100 years or 25 years or 50 years? Do they exist?
Madam Chair, members, that's some of the research we're doing right now. So there are examples of Iron Mountain, for example, and I'm not in great detail versed in it, but Iron Mountain, for example, is a situation where it was mined many years ago and prior to having any sort of financial assurance in place. EPA has stepped in and has somewhere in the range of $900 million now in assurances, and they expect it to be ongoing for a long time, and in estimates in thousands of years, I believe. And so there are examples, there are many examples out there of different situations that involve mining of copper, nickel, and sulfide-based ores. Some of them have had success and some of them have not. And we want to look at all of them. And so absolutely that's part of the research we would be doing in trying to determine a financial assurance package on the front end.
Well, Madam Chair, just a comment, maybe because I'm an old school teacher or history teacher, but I can't think of any human activity that has been monitored and maintained over such a long period of time. I don't think they're even doing that well with the pyramids in Egypt, really. So I'm just really curious as to how one can rationally see ongoing maintenance of a project like this. I just don't know of any in history. So that's why I'm asking the question, and I think that's really an essential one because we do have a fiduciary responsibility to future generations. It isn't just for us and for our individual gain. We have responsibility for posterity. I think it was Teddy Roosevelt said, we're not building this nation for a day, we're building it for the generations to come.
Thank you. Representative Hamilton, you had a quick follow-up, and then we are going to go to the other testifiers, and Mr. Richards will be back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think one of the big issues is that the good old days, they weren't that good. And to summarize, how is this project going to differ from the bad actors of the past?
Madam Chair, members, it all has to do with the application and the design features of the project. And I'm not going to be here to advocate for the project or against the project, but the supplemental draft EIS describes design features that are based off of experience with history and experience with past mining operations. And it is important then that as we look forward, or if a permit to mine application comes in, that we look at it with that critical eye, that we look at it with that knowledge of history and what has worked and what hasn't in the past.
Thank you. We will now continue with testimony, and Margaret Watkins, Water Quality Specialist, Grand Portage Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. Welcome to the committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Thank you for the opportunity. It's an honor to be here. My name is Margaret Watkins, and I'm the Water Quality Specialist for the Grand Portage Band of Lake Superior, Chippewa. I'm doing things I don't really intend to here. If I could have some assistance here for just a moment, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Can you... So I'd like to begin with the fact that Grand Portage and Fond du Lac staff attended a financial workshop in 2007 that was presented by the U.S. EPA headquarters hard rock mining team. And we thought that it was so valuable. At that time, we had already begun to participate in evaluating the PolyMet project as cooperating agencies, that Fond du Lac hosted a financial assurance workshop for the Minnesota DNR, MPCA, U.S. Forest Service staff, ERM, and PolyMet staff to begin thinking about this very critical issue. And part of the impetus for that was that the state of Minnesota has spent millions of dollars remediating mine sites. And the example that I've given is reserve mining, but also the old LTV site where PolyMet is planning to set up its operations left the state without a considerable amount of money. So for those of you who don't know, financial assurance is the cost estimation process to assess the funds that are required to perform the tasks of mine cleanup. And these cost estimations aren't based on how much it would cost the company, for example, PolyMet, to clean up the site. They should be based on how much it would cost a government agency to hire a contractor to do the cleanup work. And because during bankruptcy, equipment and virtually everything that can be is removed, it frequently costs the government to hire an outside contractor twice as much as it would a corporation. And so considerations for cost estimations, I have them listed. What I'm really here to talk about today is long-term operations and maintenance. But also, I'd like to say up front that earthwork, demolition, water management and treatment, things that happen sequentially as a mine is closing, also cost a lot of money, and it's dependent upon the number of acres of land that are disturbed in part. So both the type of wastewater treatment that's needed to maintain compliance with water quality standards and the number of years that that treatment is needed are things that must be included in financial assurance. And when acid mine drainage is likely to occur, financial assurance needs to be increased tenfold. And even stormwater attenuation often requires long-term treatment. So that's a consideration that isn't often thought about. And also multiple mitigation strategies, so that cost estimation would be based on different types of pollution prevention to avoid groundwater pollution. It requires active wastewater treatment, liners, caps, pumping systems, barriers, and particularly in the case of PolyMet, there's been a desire to move to passive treatment systems, and that's because they're orders of magnitude less expensive than active systems. So the first ever letter of credit required by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency and the Minnesota DNR was for Mesabi Nugget. It was a $15 million in total letter or letters of credit for the mercury filter and mine area cleanup. Unfortunately, that wasn't enough to adequately study the problems, and it wasn't nearly enough for the company to be able to comply with Minnesota water quality standards. And something that we probably have all considered is that companies receive profits from mining, the public at large gets the minerals, we clearly need them, but the Minnesota public and tribes bear a huge environmental and financial risk associated with those projects. And that's why we feel that companies should be required to share meaningfully in long-term financial risk that their projects create. Perpetual mechanical treatment will likely be required for all non-ferrous operations that come into being within the state of Minnesota. And so financial assurance for perpetual treatment needs to be part of every project proposal. And as Gus Richards just said, perpetual treatment requires that the principal balance of financial assurance be enough to cover the costs of maintenance and operation using only the interest accrued. And this is in addition to financial assurance that would be set aside for closure and reclamation. Or, in other words, those earth-moving, revegetating types of activities. And so I'm going to give some quick examples. And this is to sort of put into perspective what our concerns are. And so the Zortman-Landusky mine, that's been mentioned previously as one of the mines that the Minnesota DNR has looked into in terms of financial assurance. And for each of these case examples that I've listed, I list the acres of disturbed land, and that's because that is part of the equation of how much financial assurance would be required. Another part of that equation is how much water is flowing through a site and how much water would need to be treated. So at Zortman-Landusky, there was an EIS. In the environmental impact statement, they predicted that there would be no generation of acid because of the low sulfur content of the ore. That sulfur content was 0.2%. The range for PolyMet, as listed in the supplemental draft EIS, is from less than 0.12 to 0.6% sulfur. Very quickly, not in hundreds of years, in slightly more than a decade, data showed widespread acid generation at Zortman-Landusky. Shortly after that, lawsuits were filed by EPA, the Montana DEQ, Fort Belknap Indian Community, and non-governmental organizations. The result of those lawsuits was a 1996 consent decree to build additional wastewater treatment systems for $32 million. In 1998, the reclamation bond that had started around $10 million was increased, and it had been increased over time, but it increased to $70 million, and Pegasus Gold filed for bankruptcy. The reclamation and closure plan that was originally approved would have cost $54 million more than the reclamation bond. The agency preferred reclamation alternative cost $28 million more than the available financial assurance. As of today, there's money set aside for perpetual treatment for that site until 2017, at which time additional funding will have to be set aside by the state to continue to treat water from that site. Summitville, another site, a modern mine, started up in 1984 with the purchase of 1,200 acres to develop a large-scale open-pit mine that disturbed 550 acres. The mining operations ended in 1991 with leaching to extract the last of the metals until March of 1992. 6 months later or so, Galactic Resources filed for bankruptcy. After the bankruptcy proceedings were completed, the site was declared a Superfund site, and the public ended up footing the bill for $155 million. Idaho Cobalt Project, another project that hasn't gotten off the ground, but has been permitted is located in Idaho. It's proposed to be an underground mine where ore would be mined from two separate ore bodies, disturbing only 132 acres. These facilities would include a lined dry stack tailings area and waste rock disposal facility, water management pond, water treatment facilities, and various other facilities. Idaho Cobalt for this project was required to set aside actually a bit more than $44 million in financial assurance. The reason that this is not really comparable to PolyMet is because, of course, Idaho Cobalt only planned to disturb 132 acres. From PolyMet's SDEIS, there will be 1,700 acres of disturbed land. The average mining processing rate for Idaho Cobalt, 800 tons per day, versus PolyMet, 32,000 tons per day. Idaho Cobalt, an underground mine. PolyMet, open pit. Idaho Cobalt, dry stack tailings. PolyMet, unlined wet tailings. And these are all things that create additional risk. The dry stack tailings going on a liner and waste rock going on a liner prevent leaching of pollutants into the water. And so they're really two very different projects, and it's understandable then that that very low number of $44 million would be required for financial assurance. Another comparison is the Flambeau mine in Wisconsin. We often see that compared to PolyMet, and it's really not a good comparison. And that's because the percent copper for the Flambeau mine was about 10%. PolyMet's is about 0.3%. The Flambeau mine was only 220 feet deep and 32 acres in size. PolyMet's mine pits are, between 600 and 700 feet deep, 912 acres. So PolyMet is proposing a mine 90 times the volume of the Flambeau mine. The mine life, also very different. Flambeau mine, 4 years versus PolyMet, 20 years. Flambeau mine, 8 million tons of waste rock versus PolyMet, 308 million tons of waste rock. And also at Flambeau mine, which would be quite different than PolyMet, is that there was no processing of ore at the site, so there were no tailings. The ore was shipped directly off-site. PolyMet will be processing ore on-site. So now I'm going to get into examples of copper mining. And ASARCO is still operating copper mines, smelters, and refineries in the United States. But in 2009, they declared bankruptcy. And their parent companies were also ASARCO and Grupo Mexico. As part of that bankruptcy settlement and reorganization, ASARCO provided $1.7 billion to federal and state agencies for environmental cleanup and restoration. And that was for 8 sites, I believe. So back to the more modern mines. The Phelps Dodge Corporation has a couple of mines in New Mexico, the Chino and Tyrone mines. And they're located in a historic mining district in New Mexico, much like PolyMet would be in northeastern Minnesota. They're both large-scale open-pit mines. They started up in the 70s. They're expecting to close around 2020. And their combined surface disturbance is very similar to PolyMet. The Chino mine is expected to disturb 9,200 acres, Tyrone 6,000 acres. And the financial assurance set aside for surface reclamation and closure is $228 million for Chino and $278 for Tyrone. Both mines have provisions in place for perpetual water treatment to prevent the formation of pit lakes and to protect, and that's in order to protect groundwater and wildlife that might use the pit lakes. And so all of these examples, except for the Flambeau mine, occurred in relatively dry environments. And as Jess Richards pointed out earlier, many of the examples we have for mining where there's financial assurance are in much drier climates than Minnesota, much less water, and still, to prevent contamination, keeping pit lakes from forming and using dry stack tailings methods are used, and that's to prevent long-term pollution and the need for cleanup at sites. And so a fundamental difference between PolyMet and these other mines is that it would be located in a wet environment with interconnected surface and groundwater, and that creates a lot more risk than many, if not all, of these other projects. So now I'm going to go back to Mesabi Nugget because Bar Engineering for Mesabi Nugget developed cost estimates for treatment and for specific types of treatment. And since we're talking about today long-term or perpetual treatment, this was important. So if you can recall, in the PolyMet Supplemental Draft EIS, PolyMet suggests that long-term treatment would cost approximately $3.5 to $6 million per year. So they're going to be operating a reverse osmosis nanofiltration wastewater treatment system. They also have pumps, liners, they have a seepage capture system for the tailings basin, quite a bit more wastewater treatment on site than is estimated here. These are only estimates for very specific types of wastewater treatment. And although the alternative to for in situ biological treatment was the only one that was estimated out for 20 years, I still went through the math, put it out there for you. It's simple math, to show that if you double the operation and maintenance of these treatment systems, especially the nanofiltration reverse osmosis system, then PolyMet's estimates, the high end of their estimate at $6 million per year, is 60% of Bar Engineering's estimate for Mesabi Nugget, or 6%. So again, what I've done is a very back-of-the-envelope calculation using Bar Engineering's estimates of treatment costs for Mesabi Nugget, and the purpose, again, I say, of using this is that Bar Engineering is a certified engineering firm that does a lot of work for numerous mining companies, including PolyMet. And so back-of-the-envelope calculation, and that's truly all it is, using fixed interest, no inflation, absolutely nothing else. The financial set-aside that you would have to be able to pay for operation and maintenance of these specific types of systems range for nanofiltration between $168 million and $336 million. So now I move forward with this to, even though based on Bar's estimates for reverse osmosis nanofiltration operation and maintenance for Mesabi Nugget on the same property that PolyMet would be located on, as being far more expensive. I used PolyMet's estimates from the SDEIS, and again, using fixed interest, no inflation, back-of-the-envelope calculation, and the financial set-aside ranged at the high end from $200 million to $400 million. And so then I looked at a more sophisticated or a complex model of financial assurance using an average interest rate of 7%, average inflation rate of 2%, and with a higher interest rate, the amount of financial assurance required is higher because it includes inflation. And again, using an even more sophisticated model, what we see again is that the financial assurance doesn't go up, it goes up, it doesn't go down. So the back of the envelope calculation is strictly a range finder. And that's the message that I'd like to bring to you today, that this is a very critical issue. I don't disagree with the Minnesota DNR that it would be very difficult at this time to set in stone the amount of financial assurance that would be required to ensure that wastewater treatment was available for 500 years. But what I do want to demonstrate from this is that this is a huge financial liability for the taxpayers of the state, and that I'm really thankful to have this opportunity to speak to you today, and that you are considering this very important issue.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from members? I think it was Representative Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Watkins, thank you for your testimony. I'm also looking to you to maybe expand a little bit on some of, since you're a water quality expert, I believe that was your field, some of the questions that have been asked about contamination, where it goes, what we know about it. And I'm wondering if you've looked at that and found any different findings than what we've gotten from PolyMet, having it confined strictly to the Portage River, especially since you're up there on the boundary waters. Could you talk a little bit about that? And if so, I guess the other question is, some of the concerns I've at least heard from some of our tribal communities is the impact on our wild rice. So I'm wondering if you would speak to those two issues.
Madam Chair and Committee, yes, I have reviewed the PolyMet modeling, and not only do we have differences of opinion about flows in the Portage River and flows in the Embarrass River and something called storativity or storage coefficients used in the Embarrass River side, when in 2006, when Grand Portage, Fond du Lac, and Bois Forte were allowed to participate in the review of PolyMet, we recommended that flow data be collected and that additional groundwater monitoring wells be installed in the bedrock particularly, but also in the surficial aquifer. We believe that this is a very data poor project, and in fact, as part of the Cliffs consent decree to clean up the existing LTV tailings basin water discharges and Area Pit 5 discharges, Bar Engineering measured flows in the streams, the tributaries to the Embarrass River. That data was never used in the modeling. The modeling for flows was estimated. And the flows in the Embarrass River were estimated from gauging data that was from 1942 to 1964. In 1942, there were no mining features in the Embarrass River watershed, and we can demonstrate that by aerial photos. So many of those tributary streams didn't exist. So trying to model flows and add a bit of additional flow for the tailings basin, because that was water that was taken out of the Portage River watershed when tailings were put into the LTV tailings basin, isn't scientific. And the storage coefficients that were used to model the surface aquifer and bedrock aquifer at the tailings basin site cannot be found in a range of any scientifically peer-reviewed literature. We find that to be flawed science. And in the Portage River, we determined, using the flow data from the old gauging data, which is somewhat newer than what was used in the Embarrass River, that there was additional base flow that, and it's something that we've brought up continuously, because that affects the amount of water that would need to be treated. It affects how much, when the pit begins to refill at PolyMet, that affects how much water would have to be treated to mix with the polluted water flowing into the pit. That's part of the mitigation strategies. So we have big questions about whether those mitigation strategies would actually work. And it goes to the heart of financial assurance, because if there's more water flowing in, there's more water that needs to be treated. So I hope that I sort of answered that in a general way.
Thank you. One more question?
Just one follow-up. So the issue of failure to have peer review and the quality of the science is one thing, and then I guess just the other thing is, are you concerned that these flows will take the contamination up to the boundary waters of BWCA by the Dunk River or any other?
No, but I am concerned that will flow into the St. Louis River and into Lake Superior, the largest freshwater resource in the United States.
Representative Dill?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like for the Ms. Watkins to clarify her statement that she's not concerned about the boundary waters and the drainage from this the discharges going into the boundary waters. Exactly where do they go? My question would be, do the discharges from this go into the boundary waters?
Madam Chair, committee, no, they do not flow into the boundary waters. They flow into the Portage and Embarrass River sub-watersheds, which flow into the St. Louis River, which flows into Lake Superior.
Representative Dill, did you have a follow-up?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make it clear to those and anyone listening that this project really has no effect on the boundary waters whatsoever, and it's a lot of information that suggests that it might by people who aren't in the know. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate your making it from. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, next we have Betsy Daub, Friends of the Boundary Waters. From now on, each of the testifiers will have 5 minutes, and we will let them know how time is going. I don't intend to cut anybody off in mid-sentence, but it does give a clue to wrap up.
Madam Chairwoman, members of the committee, my name is Betsy Daub, and I am the Policy Director with Friends of the Boundary Waters Wilderness, a nonprofit conservation organization. The PolyMet project raises such significant concerns about the financial risks in part because of the anticipated long duration of contaminated drainage that will require treatment. And the project's analysis shows a mine that will produce polluted drainage at the mine site and require water treatment at the mine site for a minimum of 200 years and at the plant site for at least 500 years. And these numbers come from PolyMet's own water analysis. In your packets, you have, I believe, 2 graphs that look like this. And I'd like to take a few minutes just to briefly explain those 2 graphs, walk you through what those are saying and showing. These graphs show water quality expectations for 2 types of water contamination. On one of the graphs, you see the abbreviation CU, that stands for copper, and on the other one, the abbreviation SO4, which stands for sulfate. These are just 2 of several contaminants that PolyMet analyzed in a document called Water Modeling Data Package Volume 1 Mine Site. These graphs show concentrations of these 2 contaminants in water that has been collected at the mine site and is being sent into the wastewater treatment facility for treatment. This is water that has seeped or drained from mine features like the mine pits or the waste rock piles. You can also see in the title of the graph WWTF, which means wastewater treatment facility, and the word influent, which means the water that is being sent into the facility for treatment. This is not measuring or representing the effectiveness of the treatment plant, but assessing the level of water contamination before it is treated. And then at the bottom, you see a red dashed line at the bottom of the graph, and this is the legal water quality standard, the target that needs to be met. There are 3 other lines on this graph, and they show 3 different probability scenarios that were modeled. The P90 level is kind of a worst-case probability scenario for the concentration of contaminants, and the P10, the bottom line, is a best-case probability scenario, with the P50 level is kind of a mid-range probability. And as you can see, at year 200, the levels of both copper on the one graph and sulfate on the other graph are not anywhere close to meeting the water quality standard dashed line at the bottom of the graph. So this is water that is going to need to be treated, or else it will be a source of significant pollution. Copper, for example, at levels above the legal water quality standard, is extremely toxic to fish and other aquatic life. So we know the proposed PolyMet mine will require at least 200 years of active water treatment at the mine site, and there are similar data for the plant site showing water continuing to need treatment at 500 years. These graphs are not depicting travel times for uncaptured pollution. This is influent into the plant. PolyMet did analyze pollution travel times for uncaptured water, but this is not what is being shown here. And these graphs are also not depicting concentrations of contaminants in the water just sitting in the mine pit lakes. This is seepage and drainage that the mine's collection systems have captured and are sending off to treatment. 200 and 500 years of active water treatment are likely to be very expensive. And yet the PolyMet SDEIS does not describe at all how much this would cost, how it will be paid for, or how Minnesotans will be protected from financial liability. We have heard the DNR say that financial assurance will be worked out in the permitting process. But it is hard to evaluate long-term environmental impacts if we don't know what financial resources will be in hand or how secure those funds will be. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency urged PolyMet 4 years ago to include financial assurance in the environmental impact statement. But exactly 4 years later, we have a second EIS that omits this crucial information. While it may be DNR's custom to calculate financial assurance at permitting, there is no legal reason preventing the DNR from doing it in the EIS, and there is every cautionary reason to do so. We believe it is vital that the EIS includes financial assurance disclosures. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? I don't see any. Thank you. Paula Maccabee, Advocacy Director and Council Water Legacy. Welcome. Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, if I put pages on this, can people see them in the audience? No. All right. I'm Paula Maccabee, and I am the Advocacy Director and Counsel for Water Legacy. And Water Legacy is a small grassroots nonprofit formed to protect Minnesota's water resources and the communities that rely on them. And you have in your packet the first page, which quotes from Minnesota Rule 6132-1200, in that financial assurance can cover funds both for reclamation and for corrective action. But if you read the PolyMet SDEIS, it talks about contingency mitigation measures that are feasible options that could take place if compliance with water quality standards isn't attained. But the EIS says the contingency mitigation measures would not be initially included in the financial assurance package. So I'm going to talk a little bit about that question one. Either it's unanticipated liability, uncertain liability, or contingent liability, is what happens not to the water that is gathered up and put through the reverse osmosis plant process, but what about the other seepage? And first, I have a picture here in your packet of the Anaconda Mine Superfund site. There was a study done, even the projects that predicted in their environmental impact statement that would comply with water quality standards. 89% of the sulfide mine projects actually ended up violating water quality standards. And that's not usually because a treatment plant wasn't funded for long enough, but because pollution seeped into the groundwater, welled up into the surface water, or transported further in contaminated groundwater. And the EPA calculated, and this was all reported in the Federal Register in 2009, that the largest source of Superfund liability in the United States is from hard rock mining of copper and nickel. And that, at the time, they estimated that total as $2.6 billion. And the EPA said that even if there were no other copper-nickel mines that run into trouble, the total estimate of taxpayer liability to clean up those mines was someplace between $20 and $54 billion. But I really want to show you, I think, the most important documents here. These are maps, maps that are taken out of the PolyMet Supplemental Draft EIS. And what this blue illustration, this first one is the PolyMet mine site. And it looks kind of like a peanut, and you can see the Category 1 waste rock pile, you can see the different pits, and all this blue drainage. This is what the PolyMet EIS admits is seepage to groundwater. Now, advocates from our group, volunteer expert scientists, tribal scientists, we might disagree on the volume of the uncaptured seepage, the level of contamination of the uncaptured seepage, and even the direction of the flow. But it is an undisputed fact that everybody agrees to, whether it's PolyMet, the advocates, the tribes, the EPA, is that there will be uncaptured seepage. There will be uncaptured seepage at the mine site, and there will be uncaptured seepage at the tailings waste site. This little, looks like a little handprint, is the site of the tailings. And you can't tell from this little map, but the tailings site is approximately 2,900 acres, or 4.5 square miles. And so when you talk about seepage from tailings that are being dumped in a facility that size, there's some significance. As you can see, it is acknowledged that there will be seepage. Our only question is how much, how polluted, and how soon. Now, this map that's also in your packet of faulted bedrock is not contained in the EIS, though we believe it should be. A volunteer geologist came forward after the Duluth hearing, and he said, some people mentioned the question of fractures. Did you know that there were at least 14 faults immediately under the mine site? I said, I had no idea, because the EIS denies that there are fractures, and that's important, because if there are fractures underneath the mine pits and underneath the waste rock piles, then whatever pumps you have, the pollution can go into those fractures and be transported. And this right here, these black lines are fractures that the Minnesota Geological Society has verified. This is not, our geologist is really just sort of an expert who went and read the maps. So at the mine site, there's a huge potential for dispersal of pollutants through faulted bedrock. At the tailing site, one of the issues our volunteer geologists and volunteer hydrogeologists have both looked at is the PolyMet EIS claims that this huge, huge tailing site
basically thousands of gallons per minute of water, that the total collection from a row of pumps on one end will be 99.38% of the seepage. And what we say is even Mary Poppins, who's practically perfect in every way, would not attain that value of collection. So what we're asking is that in addition to looking at the costs of reverse osmosis, that there should be detailed analysis of contingent risk and the need for corrective action right away in the initial financial assurance. We're also saying that it's important that the agencies look at including joint ventures and parent companies on the permits, so that when they come out in year 10 with the elevated number for financial assurance, the company doesn't just go bankrupt and leave the bag. And finally, we would suggest that the legislative committees could have a role in supervising the progress on financial assurance and the progress in permitting to make sure that there is actually protection being provided to the taxpayer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions from members? I don't see any. Thank you. Next, we have Catherine Hoffman, staff attorney for the Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. We're going to have Alan Thomas first. Welcome to the committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Alan Tomets, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy. I have 35 years of banking and corporate finance experience, an MBA from the University of Minnesota, and a Chartered Financial Analyst designation. I'm here today to talk about financial assurance, and there are just a few points that I want to briefly make. One, what does financial assurance really mean? Two, what is our estimate based on PolyMet's numbers of the amount needed to fulfill their financial assurance obligation? And then some comments about the proposed instruments that may be available to them. Quite simply, financial assurance is setting aside an amount of money at the beginning of operations that's sufficient to meet all of the projected reclamation costs at closure, as well as the ongoing water treatment cost. PolyMet's own estimates anticipate hundreds of millions of dollars in environmental cleanup obligation. The Minnesota Department of Natural Resources rarely requires financial assurance for taconite mines, and this would be one of the largest financial assurance packages ever for the state of Minnesota. There is an unfortunate history in the pattern. There is an unfortunate pattern to the history of mining in the U.S. Ore is discovered, mined, depleted over time, and frequently what's left behind is a bankrupt company and an environmental disaster. LTV is an example of this pattern at the very site that PolyMet now controls. LTV declared bankruptcy and left behind environmental damage with an estimated cleanup cost of over $25 million. A pay-as-you-go plan will not work. Consider, if you will, the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation, a U.S. government agency that now supports the retirement incomes of about 40 million Americans. These plans were sponsored by companies that failed, plans that the government now has to support. PolyMet did not, despite over 2,200 pages of documents, explicitly quantify the amount needed for financial assurance. We think that's an important number to consider. Is it the size of a bread box or a barn? So we estimated this number based on the ranges of numbers that they've provided. Their numbers may be conservative, but they state that the cost of reclamation at closure could be as high as $200 million. Ongoing water treatment costs lasting 200 years or more would be another $6 million annually. There are many assumptions about inflation rates, labor rates, equipment costs, rates of return on investments, discount rates that go into these factors. Generally, all of these are very difficult to forecast for 3 to 5 years, let alone 200. That said, an amount of $200 million, if invested at 3%, would produce a $6 million cash flow annually. So an estimate of PolyMet's total need to meet its financial assurance obligation in 20 years would be $400 million, $200 million for closure and $200 million for ongoing water treatment. They've not provided for this amount in their capital plan. In the thousands of pages of documents, there's no discussion about this amount or how they intend to fund it, how they intend to fund their financial assurance obligation. Minnesota provides for 5 different financial instruments to meet the financial assurance requirement. But in our view, not all of those are viable options. We have talked with experts in environmental engineering firms who are familiar with commercial insurance in these matters, and they're saying given the amounts that we're talking about here and the time frames involved, commercial insurance and surety bonds aren't an option. Although a standby letter of credit is mentioned, letters of credits have fees. If you're paying banks the fees, you're offsetting the beneficial compounding of the earnings that could be obtained if these funds were in a trust. To us, the viable option is really only one. That's a trust fund where the Minnesota DNR would be the beneficiary and earnings would be reinvested and increased over time to meet future obligations. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Next is Catherine Hoffman.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, first I want to thank you for holding this hearing. MCA, the Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy, which I am here representing, believes that this is an area that is ripe for legislative oversight, and we appreciate your willingness to inquire into this issue. I'm a staff attorney with MCA. I also hold a master's in public policy and environmental policy from the Humphrey Institute. Among my other qualifications, I'm one of the few unfortunate souls in the room who has actually read the 2,200-page SDEIS. So my first point is that financial assurance should be part of the EIS process. This is so for a few reasons. First, the purpose of an EIS is to evaluate the environmental impacts of a project. This seems self-evident. The PolyMet SDEIS concludes that this project has minimal impact on the environment. After 2,200 pages, that's what they conclude. It concludes this because it relies on a series of man-made structures to try to capture polluted water before it leaves the site. And let's be clear about this. There's no disagreement between PolyMet, the DNR, and organizations like ours that have some concerns about this project about whether this site will produce polluted water. It will. We agree. Likely for hundreds of years. PolyMet proposes to capture all or almost all of the water before it leaves the site. The EIS assumes that this effort is completely successful, and therefore there is little impact. And here's where we disagree. MCEA does not think it reasonable to assume that all man-made structures work perfectly all the time, and we believe that the SDEIS should explore the scenarios under which everything does not function perfectly. DNR's failure to provide adequate financial assurance is one scenario under which the PolyMet strategy to collect and treat water before it leaves the site could fail. How can the DNR in the EIS predict so confidently that it will be able to collect and treat water, potentially for hundreds of years, without showing that the funds are available to pay for it? It's a critical piece of environmental review. Now, you're hearing this argument from DNR that there's not enough information. It's too early. We can't figure out how much financial assurance will cost. This simply isn't true. PolyMet has piloted its water treatment technology with specificity. They can even tell you the cost per gallon to treat water. PolyMet has designed and provided precise schematics for all of its barriers and collection systems. Those drawings are all available in the public documents, maybe not in the EIS, but in the underlying material. We have a lot of detail about PolyMet's mine plan. And you might have picked up on some tension in Mr. Richards' testimony on this point. It seems that we have been in environmental review for years, that we have a lot of information about the longevity of these structures, PolyMet speaking to the manufacturers, we have a lot of detail about what they're proposing, just not quite enough for financial assurance. Of course, it's true that the mine plan could change, but that's true of everything in the EIS, including all of the environmental impacts. That's not a reason not to make some calculations based on the information we have today. I'll tell you what, though. There's an easy way to test this argument. Simply require PolyMet to show its work. It has projections. They're in the EIS. They're printed verbatim in the EIS from PolyMet's consultants. DNR has accepted these numbers. They've never asked PolyMet to prove that these numbers are reasonable or based on acceptable assumptions. Ask the DNR to get these assumptions, these calculations from PolyMet, which it should do anyway because it published those numbers in the EIS. And then we can decide for ourselves whether PolyMet's calculations are premature or not. But they're out there and we should be asking for them. Now, you'll be hearing later about how financial assurance has come a long way. Modern financial assurance packages are adequate. MCA does not disagree. It is theoretically possible, and it probably has been done in some examples, although most of those mines are so new that hasn't really been tested. But simply because it can be done does not mean that it will be done correctly in this case, and sunlight is the best disinfectant. The sooner we know what DNR intends, the better the analysis will be. It belongs in the EIS. Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you again.
I have a question about, we talk about this collection of water. We talk about seepage. How can you collect all the water going straight down in the pit? I mean, how is that possible?
Well, there's two structures on the site that are unlined, and in that case it is not possible. One of them is the mine pit. The mine pit, a portion of it will be backfilled with all of the waste rock, some of it quite reactive, some of it less reactive, and then there's a mine pit that will be an open lake. And those aren't lined. They will be in contact with the superficial aquifer, they'll be in contact with the groundwater, and there's really nothing that anybody can do to prevent that from happening. All that PolyMet proposes to do is to pump water out of the west pit to try to prevent that lake from overflowing, but it doesn't do anything with the groundwater. The second structure that has no lining is the tailings basin. The tailings basin, as we know, is a brownfield site that was previously owned by LTV. It predates the Clean Water Act. It predates modern environmental laws. It leaks about 2,000 gallons per minute. Now, PolyMet is proposing to build a barrier down to the bedrock around that tailings basin to collect the surface seepage, which is some portion of that 2,000 gallons per minute. But some portion of it is going into the bedrock, and it's going through fractures in the bedrock. That leakage cannot be collected. I want to make one comment about the barrier around the tailings basin as well. That structure needs to be keyed into the bedrock, meaning that PolyMet needs to actually dig into the bedrock. Otherwise, all you're going to get is water sliding under that barrier out between the bedrock and the barrier. It's not going to work. And that's actually not clear that they're proposing that from the schematics that we've seen so far. So that's a detail that we probably need to know more about.
So in both of the pits that are unlined, they just have linings around the sides. Is there any, just in terms of, we're looking at financial assurance here, we're looking at, we have to pay to clean up what's going through. Is there any measure or standard of how much is okay to go through the ground, down and out?
Madam Chair, it's entirely dependent on the site itself. There's a couple sets of laws at issue here. One would be the groundwater quality standards, which would apply directly to whatever seeps out of the mine pit and the tailings basin. We also have surface water standards, The Portage River wraps around the mine site. It's quite close to the mine. The Embarrass River is fairly close to the tailings basin and is already affected by the tailings basin as it exists today. And the way that the Clean Water Act is written is that discharges from the mine site and the tailings basin cannot cause or contribute to exceedances of the surface water standards. Exceedances is a funny word. People hear that and they think we mean that the water is better than it should be, but an exceedance is actually the legal term for violation. So it cannot cause or contribute to a violation. So in this case, the question is how much water is seeping out of the mine pit and the tailings basin, and is it enough, and does it carry sufficient pollutants to cause violations of Clean Water Act standards in these nearby rivers? PolyMet contends no, it does not. But again, they're assuming that all of their structures work perfectly. So our concern is the scenario under which some of these structures do not perform as well as proposed. And in that scenario, you may see water quality standard violations in the nearby rivers much sooner and at higher levels than PolyMet predicts.
So that is where we have to estimate what really should be in a contingency fund, how much, and that's the kind of the missing piece as I see this at this point. We have the reclamation piece, we have if something in the permit is violated piece, but we do not have this piece. Am I reading that right?
Madam Chair, that's correct. The EIS does not explore the scenario under which these collection systems don't function as well as predicted. And DNR has been quite clear at this point that that scenario also will not be included in financial assurance. So if we do have a wastewater treatment plant breakdown, one of the pipeline breaks, the tailings basin dam failures, which is the #1 cause of mining pollution worldwide. Any of these things happen, there will not be funds for that in the financial assurance package. Madam Chair and committee members, look no further than West Virginia, where recently we saw a tank with extremely toxic chemicals right next to a water body burst, and the very next day that company declared bankruptcy. They didn't wait to find out how much the liability would be. They didn't wait for the lawsuits. They declared bankruptcy and they walked away. So, we believe that it is naive to assume that the only potential costs that the state could be on the hook for are the costs of reclamation and closure. Accidents can also cause sudden problems that may cause a site to close down or a company to walk away.
Well, if something is going through the bottom, it's not an accident. It's just so it does seem to me that that is a piece of the puzzle that is missing here. It's no accident. We've designed it without a liner, or that's PolyMet seems to have designed both of these pits without liners. I mean, we require liners for landfills, new ones. Old ones didn't have them. We learned better. We require them for new ones. When we redid the Washington County landfill, we required a triple liner. Any other questions for members? Thank you. Scott Strand.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify on this very important topic. My name is Scott Strand, S-T-R-A-N-D. I'm the Executive Director of the Minnesota Center for Environmental Advocacy. MCA is a public interest organization that uses law and science to protect Minnesota's environment, and we have been involved in the non-ferrous mining topic for literally decades now. Financial assurance is a critical issue. I commend the committee for taking it on. I think this is a perfect subject for rather tough legislative oversight because the costs of making a mistake are high. So again, I commend the committee for taking this issue on. I just want to finish up our testimony by articulating what I consider to be 5 key principles for doing the financial assurance work at the DNR. 5 principles, and I think that'll help move this to a situation where we can resolve a number of these issues. Number one's already been discussed. Address financial assurance in the environmental review process, in the EIS. If the agencies know enough about the wastewater treatment plants, the hydraulic barriers, the groundwater pumps, all of the man-made structures, they know enough about those things to tell us that water quality is going to be protected, then they know enough about them, or ought to know enough about them, to estimate the cost and how much money has to be set aside to maintain them. Principle number 2, use objective outside indexes to set the key figures needed to calculate financial assurance. Discount rates, expected rates of investment return, inflation adjustments, equipment and labor costs. These are all should be determined by looking at outside indicators, objective indicators that are out there. These should not be the topic of negotiations. Principle number 3, respect Murphy's Law. Include the cost of remediating reasonably possible accidents or contingencies, and do it up front. It's very hard to buy homeowners insurance when your house is burning down. When an accident occurs, is not the time to seek additional financial assurance. What needs to be done is to give a reasonable estimate of the probability of these accidents occurring and make the appropriate assessments so that the financial assurance covers that, just like any insurer would do. Number 4, don't rely on third-party guarantees. Mr. Tomitz explained that the market for things like letters of credit, surety bonds, insurance policies to cover this kind of liability is extremely limited now. Trust fund is probably the way that we're going to have to go. But I think there's another element, and that's the legal element. Third-party guarantees typically are not free from the reach of the bankruptcy court. More and more bankruptcy courts are using their broad injunction authority to take payments from non-debtors, in other words, guarantees from insurance companies, from banks, and from other sureties. They pay their money into the bankruptcy estate, and then they get a release from all liability from the bankruptcy court. Then that money that goes into that bankruptcy estate gets distributed according to the rules of the bankruptcy court. It's not available to somebody like the state of Minnesota anymore. That's happening more and more in the bankruptcy courts. It's a real risk. I'm not saying they can't be used to supplement, say, a trust fund arrangement. I think that's a sound idea, but we can't rely on those third-party guarantees in order to meet the requirements of the rules. And then finally, number 5, and I think this is really the overarching principle, the risk of uncertainty has to be placed on the company, not on the taxpayers. All of the testimony today should have made it quite clear that there's a lot that we don't know. That's going to continue. There are going to be a lot of things that we're not going to know. But it is not fair to the taxpayers or the environment for them to take on the risk of getting it wrong. The risk of getting it wrong has to be on the company, and that should be a principle that informs all of the DNR's calculations in this area. Those are the 5 principles. There is no such thing as a risk-free mine. We all know that. But if the DNR follows some of these principles, Minnesota's taxpayers and our environment have a better chance of being fairly protected. Thank you, Madam Chair. Stand for any questions.
I don't see any questions. Thank you. Next is Becky Rahm, Governing Council, Minnesotans for Wilderness. Members, just as she's getting set up, the handouts that we have gotten so far are up on our website. Staff is very good. And any other handouts that we will get up on our website. This is our typical, this is the way this committee does business. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rebecca Rahm. I'm from Ely, Minnesota, and I represent both Northeastern Minnesotans for Wilderness, an organization of residents and business owners, and the Boundary Waters Watershed Coalition. The coalition is a national organization of groups that seeks to prohibit sulfide ore mining in the watershed of the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. Sulfide ore mining for copper, nickel, and other metals is a poisonous, destructive enterprise. The EPA says that the most toxic industry in the United States is hard rock mining, which includes the kind of sulfide ore mining proposed in northern Minnesota. Such mining has never been done without water pollution by acid mine drainage and heavy metals, and without landscape destruction. Minnesota's financial assurance laws are not adequate to protect taxpayers, our water, our land, and our economy from the ravages of sulfide ore mining. In our judgment, no practical possibility exists that the laws can be amended to provide adequate financial assurance, because as the recently released SDEIS for PolyMet shows, the cost to be protected against will continue for centuries and are ultimately unknowable. Reliance on financial assurance to allow centuries of degradation and pollution means that sulfide ore mining companies will be allowed to destroy part of the earth and our water if they post a financial instrument. The earth and its resources, especially clean water, are finite. Monetizing their destruction is unsustainable and foolish. You can't drink money or catch fish in it. The cost to treat toxic water pollution and restore the landscape for hundreds of years is impossible to calculate and is therefore unknowable. The PolyMet plan acknowledges that toxic water pollution by acid, heavy metals, and sulfates from the mine site, tailings, and waste piles will require treatment for a very long time. Mechanical water treatment is part of the model proposed action for 200 years at the mine site and 500 years at the plant site. Twin metals and other mines proposed within the watershed of the boundary waters will undoubtedly be at least this bad. Because the massive cost of engineering, designing, planning, building, and maintaining water treatment for centuries is unknowable, adequate financial assurance is a pipe dream, no matter how the laws might be amended. It is irrational to believe that any water treatment facilities or regime or corporation will last for hundreds of years, that any financial institution or instrument can provide a credible guarantee for hundreds of years, that there will be no catastrophic failure by humans or equipment over hundreds of years, and that no cataclysmic natural event will occur over hundreds of years. Relevant to the discussion of financial assurance are the proposed mines north of the Laurentian Divide. Twin metals and other proposed sulfide ore mines will destroy large areas of the Superior National Forest and pollute the Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness. This ecological damage will devastate the stable and sustainable economy of the Ely community and neighboring areas. The unbroken history of mining areas in the U.S., including our own Iron Range, shows that mining displaces sustainable businesses and stable jobs that are the real key to prosperity. Sulfide ore mining is by its very nature destructive and time-limited. It is subject to boom and bust cycles we cannot control or influence. The strength of northeastern Minnesota is clean air, clean water, and a healthy forested landscape. The Superior National Forest generates $500 million per year of economic activity, $100 million of which is attributed to the Boundary Waters. Immediately adjacent to proposed mine sites are 26 resorts, camps, and campgrounds. Immediately downstream of proposed mine sites and in the path of pollution are private lakeshore properties valued at $318 million. Just beyond these properties and in the direct path of pollution lie renowned Basswood Lake in the heart of the Boundary Waters. If Twin Metals and other sulfide mining companies were allowed to buy the right to destroy land and water by posting some kind of financial assurance, Ely, now described as the gateway to the wilderness, would be surrounded by a massive industrial mining district. The most heavily visited wilderness area in the United States and our only lakeland wilderness would be a pollution dumping ground for multinationals, and the base of Ely's economy would be lost. Financial assurance laws provide nothing to protect the county tax base, or the boundary waters, the private property owners, and the businesses that will suffer severe environmental and economic damage by the proximity of sulfide ore mines, centuries of toxic water pollution, and the destruction of the landscape. Modern mining companies are structured to limit liability. As a standard procedure for mining operations, PolyMet is a shell company with limited assets. The objective is to shield its major investor, Glencore. PolyMet has never operated a mine, but its major investor, Glencore, has a track record of labor and environmental violations associated with mining operations and corruption. PolyMet's NorthMet mining operations are projected to last for 20 years, after which no further revenue will be generated from the mine. The only asset likely to be owned by PolyMet at the time of mining shutdown will be the contaminated and toxic mine site and processing facility. Should non-compliance of mine permits and violations of laws commence after the mine ceases to operate, a likely and foreseeable event, a demand from the state for financial assurance would be fruitless. We recommend that Minnesota's financial assurance regulations be amended to expressly prohibit use of financial assurance to allow environmental damage and pollution that is projected to be long-term, meaning that treatment will be required beyond the closure of active mining operations. Mining activities that significantly damage the landscape for long-term and generate toxic water pollution requiring treatment for centuries should be deemed to be perpetual and therefore not allowable under Minnesota Rule 6132.200, which prohibits perpetual treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. Ma'am, did I hear you correctly when you said that mining is bad for the economy of northeastern Minnesota?
Yes. We've done a lot of review of the economy of Ely and compared it to the economy of the mining communities in northeastern Minnesota. So, for example, we looked for a mining community that had a population the size of Ely. And you have to understand that for north of the Laurentian Divide, it's Ely that would be impacted. Eveleth is the size of Ely, has Thunderbird Mine within the boundaries of the city of Eveleth. The last year, the state of Minnesota reported gross sales revenues. Eveleth was $41 million a year. Ely's is $106 million a year. Eveleth relies on mining. Ely hasn't had a mine since 1967. Ely's economy, which is based fundamentally on the wilderness and a healthy national forest, would be displaced and replaced with what Eveleth has. Yes, it would be bad for our economy.
I don't see any other questions. Thank you. Steve Timmer? Welcome to the committee.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Steve Timmer. I live in Edina, Minnesota. I've been a practicing lawyer, business lawyer, and litigator for 39 years. You scarcely believe that myself. But I'm not here representing anybody today. Just simply to make some observations about the financial assurances process. I submitted a written testimony, but it's much too long to deliver, so these are the high points, I hope. You know, one of the lines you often hear in the summation in a wrongful death case is, you know, there's no amount of money that can bring old what's-his-name back. And you know, it's true. And if a PolyMet copper sulfide mine is visited by the black swan, an intensely negative, unanticipated event, or even more ordinarily expectable events, old what's-his-name could be clean water in the Embarrass and Portage river sheds for centuries, or close enough to forever for me. Recent events involving the failure of a coal ash impoundment in North Carolina, or the major spill by a chemical company in West Virginia, ought to inform our thinking about these things. We must realize that if we ever have to look up what our financial assurances are, the whole enterprise has already become a cropper. It's a failure. It's a failure of the mine to do something that's supposed to, and it's a failure of the regulators to size the mine up and regulate it properly. For reasons set forth in my written submission, we can't rely on the promises of a never a mine, never a miner PolyMet to provide anything in the way of assurance. And according to the DNR, we can't, even though I believe it's permitted by statute, we can't rely on PolyMet and its principal shareholder, Glencore Estrada, to provide guarantee either. I think that's something that really ought to be foundational to any permit for a mine. Make the people who are really stand to benefit from it come to the plate with their credit. We can't rely on sureties either, because as we found out recently, sureties like AIG go bankrupt themselves. And on top of that, they'll quit providing their undertakings if they're not paid periodically. And if PolyMet runs into financial trouble, it'll quit paying paying the sureties, the premiums on guarantees or standby letters of credit. And if PolyMet quits paying them, who will pay them? And who will pay them for 500 years after the mine closes and there's no more revenue? The only thing we can really rely on is cash and cash equivalents, and lots of it. The cash, we need cash to run the pumps and replace the media in them, cash to replace and maintain and to replace, if necessary, a tailings dam, because they do fail. One of the previous testifiers said that tailings dam failures are one of the principal expenses in hazardous waste or environmental cleanup. And we also need the cash to clean up water that will be polluted in ways that we can't even imagine, but we know will happen, given the uncertainty involved in the entire exercise. Sulfide mining would be something extremely different from Minnesota. It would take us into the haunted houses of the Berkeley Pit, Barite Hill, which was a gold mine in South Carolina that went from first shovel in the ground to Superfund site in 18 years, which is really fast work. The Summitville mine in Colorado, which was mentioned earlier, and Shibondawan nickel mine in northwest Ontario, which has nickel pollution in the soil surrounding the mine, 10 times the amount of the background pollution. Sulfide mining, again, according to previous testifiers, there's a current liability of over $2 billion to Superfund liabilities that exist, and probably multiple times that, orders of magnitude greater, once it's finally determined. And this is just the cleanup cost. So this is one of the things that I find most troublesome. Financial assurances does not include the consequential damages of spills or pollution. It doesn't take care of the riparian interests of wild rice harvesters, municipal water utilities, anybody who demands a clean supply of water, including aquatic invertebrates, fish, wildlife, aquatic plants, recreational users, and just human beings. So it's just part of the whole process. If you have any thank you for letting me testify. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to try to answer.
I don't see any questions. Thank you so much. Frank Angaro, Executive Director, Mining Minnesota. Welcome.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Frank Angaro. I'm the Executive Director of Mining Minnesota for the Industrial Trade Association, representing the non-ferrous mining industry in the state of Minnesota. As I looked at your agenda today, Madam Chair, it lists this hearing will be limited to questions of how best to structure financial assurance. From the industry's perspective, financial assurance is already structured and structured appropriately. Minnesota has thorough and comprehensive financial assurance system already in place. It is amongst the strongest, if not the strongest, in the entire nation. An early indication of just how thorough it is comes simply from the narrative, from your House research in the preamble to the questions that you had in front of you today. A comprehensive list of detailing various items required for financial assurance. A stronger indication is the 37-some pages of financial assurance requirements, both descriptive and prescriptive, in the financial assurance rules in Minnesota Rules Chapter 6132. These are rules promulgated in the 1990s with years of study leading up to them, with input from all stakeholders, including environmental groups. And these financial assurance requirements for non-ferrous mining in the state of Minnesota solidly protect our Minnesota taxpayers. They protect the Minnesota taxpayers by requiring mining companies to have bankruptcy-proof financial assurance in place to cover all costs of environmental cleanup before an issue is permitted, before issuing a permit. They protect the taxpayers by requiring detailed review of all costs of potential environmental exposure annually and adjust that exposure annually and adjust the financial requirements annually and accordingly. The state protects the taxpayers by having the authority to deny or revoke a permit if a company does not comply. And the state protects the taxpayers by having those funds be available to the state at all times. The state protects the taxpayers by looking at the funding sources and having a variety of sources and allowing the state to determine the best funding source to have, all the while making sure that it remains bankruptcy-proof, continuously in place, and available at all times. The state protects the taxpayers by very thoroughly listing what will need to be reclaimed, from open pits to tailing bases to waste rocks to wetlands restoration to building and infrastructure, and the list goes on. The state protects the taxpayers in financial assurance by requiring the period of time that financial assurance has to be covered, long enough to cover all reclamation or corrective action, long enough so that all conditions necessitating post-closure no longer exist. In other words, no company will be released from its liability until all those post-closure conditions no longer exist. And like the very open and transparent public input opportunities for environmental review, there's open public input opportunities for the permit to mine application and financial review. It's published in the EQB. It has to be published in a notice 4 consecutive weeks, and after that, the public has an opportunity to review and comment for 30 days after the last public notice. And we just heard from the DNR that they're going to add additional public input opportunities, which the industry thinks is a great idea, by having additional meetings and posting a permit to mine for any project, whether it's PolyMet or anyone to come in the future, make it available electronically for folks to look at ahead of time. And again, the state protects the taxpayer by having the authority to deny, suspend, revoke, or modify a permit and issue civil penalties if necessary. As taxpayers, we should all be glad Minnesota will not only be protected, but that we will benefit from PolyMet or any other non-ferrous mineral project that comes forward, net proceeds tax, occupation taxes, royalty taxes, income taxes, and for future projects, billions of dollars to the Permanent School Trust Fund. Finally, financial assurance appropriately takes place in the permit to mine section. It is a function of permit enforcement, not environmental review. That's where all companies will have to show their work. Minnesota has a comprehensive, solid system in place, and no changes are needed to our Minnesota financial assurance laws. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Any questions from members? I don't see any. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Rick, Representative Hampton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Angaro, I think you were in the room when I asked Director Richards about another form of assurance, perhaps the physical or the asset of the actual ore. And I don't know if you covered that early on your presentation or not, but the response from, I believe, from Director Richards was to have that could have some interest as a potential addition or as another tool to provide assurance on top of things. So I'd like your, Representative Dill had provided some example of precedent, and I've had somebody contact me that said I think Alaska provides some assurance or requires retention of gold for some gold mining. So I'd like your response from the mining organization.
Madam Chair, Representative Hansen, from an industry perspective, all states are unique. All projects in all states are unique. In Minnesota, we have a variety of ownership scenarios. We have private surface, we have state surface, we have federal surface, we have private minerals, we have state minerals, we have federal minerals, and all of those would play significant factors in any discussion along the lines of a question like that, and that would be something the DNR would have to work with the state, with the federal regulators, if there's federal ownership, and with the company as they look at what structure would best fit any particular unique mining situation in the state of Minnesota.
Just, Madam Chair, and so Mr. Ungaro, it seems like these metals, they're precious metals. They're rarer and rarer. Some of them are rare, very rare metals. And throughout the world, we have a chase going on for these precious metals, as well as greater attempts to recycle some of the copper and other metals. So with the market, after everybody in this room is dead and gone, the metals would still be there if they're not mined, or if we were retaining them, they could potentially still be there for future generations as some type of assurance after the promises that we've all made or the contracts that we've set after we're gone. And that's where I think there's some attractiveness to that, because there's only a limited amount of these metals and they're harder and harder to get. And I think that's some context I see. It's not as easy to just go find pure copper near the surface like it may have been 200 or 300 years ago in certain areas around the Great Lakes. Or it's not as easy to go mine for gold like in California 150 years ago. It's harder, costs more, the companies are more willing to do it because there's just not that much that we can find. So it's likely that these metal values are going to go up over time. Is that just a general statement that's a fact?
Madam Chair, Representative Hansen, is your question specifically, will metals fluctuate in price over time? Certainly. One would hope from a investment standpoint that metals would increase over a period of time, and their value would increase. Certainly in the state of Minnesota, from a resource standpoint, we have identified already in Minnesota one of the largest base and precious metal deposits in the world, and every time a company does further exploration, that resource estimate number continues to grow. Our resource in Minnesota is tremendous. And, Madam Chair, sufficient to last most likely 100 years or longer.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ron Sternal? Welcome to the committee.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee, for inviting me here today to testify about this important topic, the financial assurance of the PolyMet mine project. My name is Ron Sternal. I'm a recently retired Wall Street executive, and I'm reminded, as we all are, by the recent environmental disasters in Charleston, West Virginia, and the coal ash spill in the Dan River in North Carolina, that these accidents, or, as they're known in my world, unanticipated liabilities, do happen, and that financial assurance for risky environmental projects like the PolyMet mine is important. Permit me to emphasize the word risky. I was motivated to testify today on the financial assurances for the PolyMet project after listening to proponents of this project characterize it as if it were a can't-miss investment opportunity. No downside, I heard. Mining and clean water both. Great opportunity for all of us in Minnesota, but better move fast. This has been thoroughly vetted, and we're dealing with great people. This offers full employment for the range, school trust funds, and tax coffers filled to overflowing. Mining and clean water too, no risk, permit now. Sign here, and I've been told there are 21 permits involved, so I guess we need 21 signatures. And then away we go. In my 25 years on Wall Street, assisting some of the nation's largest pension funds invest, I had heard similar pitches many, many times and knew it was a signal to head for the exit or do more investment research. I applaud the committee for addressing the questions on financial assurance posted on your website, and I offer the following advice. First, remember that mining companies aren't angels sent from heaven. Their goal is to make as much money as possible for themselves and shareholders. They don't really care about us. To them, pollution is just another cost of doing business. If this project makes it to the financial assurance stage, please drive a hard bargain. Whatever you come up with, they'll scream it is too high, not reasonable, and they'll threaten to go back to Canada or Switzerland or Chile or wherever they may be from. When that happens, remind yourself the price of copper is easy to determine. This morning it was quoted at $3.22 a pound. More of it's coming on the market all the time. This year, in 2014, the miners around the world will mine 7% more than they did last year. But while that's easy to value, how do you value something as rare as the Portage or Embarrass rivers? And even think about the $1 billion cleanup cost for the TVA ash spill of 2008 into the Emory River in eastern Tennessee, and hold your ground. And by the way, if you do negotiate and agree to a reasonable, what everybody considers to be a reasonable financial assurance contract, you probably set it too low. My second advice, get the financial assurance in cash. Don't take their IOU. PolyMet is one of 2,000 junior miners listed on the Toronto Stock Exchange. These are startup businesses, and most of them will not make it. No bank would lend money to any of these miners, including PolyMet. But if they did, they would require a huge risk premium. The state should get a risk premium too. As of the end of last October, PolyMet had $41 million in the bank and was burning through it. They have no income from other sources. They have never permitted or developed a mine. They have no experience operating a mine. They have no experience with the pollution abatement technology proposed. They have no experience in mine reclamation. And this is a mine that will have AD, acid drainage. This project is a bad bet for the state of Minnesota. And if PolyMet messes up their judgment proof, in other words, they have no deep pockets to go after, the taxpayers will be left holding the bag. A better bet would be to deal directly with Glencoe Estrada, PolyMet's primary owner, who will take over the project as soon as all permits are signed, according to Wall Street research firm Stifel Nicolaus. But don't expect Glencoe Estrada to stick around either. According to the London Financial Times, they are selling all their startup greenfield operations and focusing their investments on operating mines. This is tricky business. If the state of Minnesota doesn't want to be left holding the bag, they'll have to be very smart in how they structure this deal and how much they get in an ironclad financial assurance, i.e. cash. Which brings me to my third piece of advice. Hire sharks. If the permitting on this mine gets to the financial assurance stage, the state will be working with attorneys for the mining companies who do this all day long. The state better be sure they have counsel equally adroit or be prepared to be so sorely disappointed when something goes wrong and a loophole prevents paying up, necessitating a long and costly legal fight and ongoing polluting mess. Remember, mining companies are not angels. They're not here to help us. They will fight to keep every liability off their books and their cash in their accounts. Finally, the state of Minnesota needs to assess its political fortitude. Do our regulatory agencies have the guts to shut down a polluting mine and put people out of work? In my research, I have not found a single instance in the U.S. of a mine being shut down by the regulatory agencies empowered to protect us. Mines are allowed to continue to pollute as the regulatory agencies take years issuing verbal notifications, inspection reports, letters of warning, notices of violation, field citations, schedules of compliance, administrative orders, etc., etc., etc. All the while, pollution continues. The state's greatest leverage is now during the permitting process. Once a mine is operational, the leverage moves to the mining companies. I have a counter-proposal. If the state believes taking on all the environmental and financial risk associated with this mine is worth the $15 million a year and increased projected tax revenues, as stated in PolyMet's latest sales presentation, why not simply sell the water the state is willing to pollute to the North Dakota frack oil drillers. Water is in high demand in North Dakota, and higher yet further west. Our water is valuable and renewable. If we are really willing to pollute our cleanest asset, perhaps we should consider selling our water, not our copper. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you, and thank you for giving us the phrase unanticipated liabilities. That is something I wanted to hear more about from DNR, and I hope that they will give us a really good list. Representative Falk.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Sternal, thank you for your comments. And I'm just a simple farmer from western Minnesota, and I'm trying to understand a few of these things. And I guess I look at this as you said, that a bank wouldn't lend these entities money, and so they're going out for some other type of financing. And I look, as the state of Minnesota, we're asked to grant a permit potentially to do business, and so we're in one sense doing business with these folks. Should we as a state have access to the books to see what we're dealing with? And I know that's one thing that the entity's been hesitant about, saying that they can't provide real open and transparent books to us to really understand what the finances are, because there might be trade secrets or other things. And so I just want to get your perspective. How much should we know?
Madam Chair, Representative, I cannot speak for PolyMet, and if it were me doing business with them, if I were the state, for instance, I would ask for everything, and I would get it before I did any business with them. You have them, right, as I mentioned, you have the leverage now. If you say it's a condition and you have to have it, then I will say you will probably get it.
Thank you. And if I could ask, I was going to ask about water because I asked that earlier, but you brought up that perhaps selling to the shale boom industry in North Dakota would be more financially prudent for our state. But how do we value water? And should we be valuing water? Because oftentimes we put such a low value on it that it seems like it's almost valueless in one sense.
Madam Chair, Representative, that's a great question. I recently was in California just before a week and a half ago, and was talking to a person out there about our mining and about their water shortage, and he mentioned that his water bill for the most recent month was $300 for water, and he's just a regular guy. Now, I asked if I did a little research on the cost of water to residents of California. Maybe that's a good place to start. Water is appreciating in value, and believe me, it's in high demand and it has a value. And how the market hasn't done a good job yet in putting a price on oil. I know that the oil frackers in North Dakota are buying water. I don't know what they're paying for it. And I'll tell you, the one other thing I can tell you is that while I was in California, I learned that the fracking industry has a great opportunity in California. There's a lot of oil shale, and there's many opportunities for them to access this. But it would require water for them to do that. And they have made the decision in California not to allow oil shale development, not to allow fracking, because in their estimation, in their opinion, and their determination, the state of California doesn't need more energy, they need water. That tells you that to them, water is more valuable there than oil. That's a start.
Thank you.
Do you have that information that you just, about California, that you could share with us? Written, do you have that?
Madam Chair, what I did was get on the municipal websites for the cities around San Francisco where I was visiting, and just investigated their water rates to their residents. And so I'd be happy to get those links to Mike.
Well, I was thinking about their decisions of what to do based on water. Is their decision not to do something like fracking because their water's too precious? Is that documented someplace where we can get that?
It was reported in the press in so many words. I'm paraphrasing their decisions out there.
That would be good to have.
I'll be happy to research that for you. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And at the same time, could you also research, I'm sorry, Mr. Stenkel?
Sternal.
I'm sorry. How many billions of gallons of water a day in California just disappear into the ocean because they're not creating the reservoirs and some of the critical infrastructure that they need? Is that also a part of their water shortage issue?
The water shortage issue, yes, that does come up in a discussion. And to that point, there is so little water going into the ocean at this point that the salmon runs cannot make it upstream, and they're expected to perish and become extinct. So there's not that much water going into the Atlantic, the Pacific Ocean in the Bay Area. It's the northern part of California right now. Does that help you?
Yeah, I'm just looking for some hard numbers on that, that's all.
Madam Chair, Representative, that I'm not sure I could help you with, but I'd certainly be willing to look into it for you. Okay.
Other questions from members? I don't see any. Thank you so much for coming.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Harry Melander, President of the Minnesota Building Trades. Welcome.
Thank you. Chair, committee members, my name is Harry Melander, and I work on behalf of the Minnesota Building Construction Trades Council. Our organization represents 55,000 Minnesotans that support the building trades community. We live in Minnesota, and we build it. As indicated at your request, Madam Chair, we will honor the request and only comment on the financial assurance issues dealing with this potential Minnesota mining opportunity. Chair, we support and value the idea of financial assurance. We believe that they should exist and have always been a part of this and other mining applications since the development. We believe that the rules are fair when they were established in 1993 for non-ferrous mining by many groups in this room and many of our business partners. We believe that the DNR is a responsible agency that will provide adequate shepherding for this task at hand. They are our agency that protects the health of our Minnesota natural resources. We value and trust their work. Let them complete their tasks, which are spelled out in the state laws for this type of financial insurance. As detailed in the DNR comments today, this will be a well thought out process, reviewed and developed by our competent state DNR employees and outside consultants. You make laws to protect Minnesota and our environment. We expect people to abide by them. Let the rules and the agencies run its course. Be fair, be responsible, but let's all live by those rules that were established when these rules were developed. Thank you for allowing us to comment on the future of the next operations of mining and miners in Minnesota. We have some of the toughest regulations of financial insurances in our country. Let them do what they were developed to do. Provide opportunities for our state, but yet preserve our natural resources. Thank you.
Representative Benson, did you have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair, just a quick one. Good afternoon, Mr. Melander. You indicated that you were here to testify just on the assurance issue.
Yes.
And so I'm going to ask you a question, and you may choose not to respond to it. I'm just wondering, what is the relationship of PolyMet, the company, to organized labor and to the right of workers for a company like PolyMet here to organize and bargain collectively?
Madam Chair, Representative, we are here standing on our own, looking at the opportunity for employment for the people that we work for in that part of the state and throughout the state of Minnesota.
Sure. I don't know, maybe, would you care to answer my inquiry about the relationship of this particular company with the trade carpenters union or other trade organizations, the AFL-CIO or the other
Madam
union
Chair,
organizations?
if I could, I'm wondering if you could describe what you mean by relationship.
Well, are they neutral, for example, in allowing organizing of collective bargaining units with their company? Do you know?
Madam Chair, Representative, I can't answer that, but I can assure you that the relationship that we have in regards to the construction of that, and we will support those individuals that hopefully will work in that mine as it gets developed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to get an answer on that.
Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Melander, a previous testifier, stated that she thought mining was bad for the economy in northeast Minnesota. Could you comment on that? How do you see mining playing a role in the economy of northeast Minnesota?
Madam Chair, Representative, mining is good for Minnesota. It's been good for over 150 years. We're excited about the opportunity for, as I indicated, new mining processes and a new generation of miners in Minnesota.
See any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Luther Dale, Chair of the Sierra Club North Star Chapter. Oh, I'm sorry. David, did you have a question?
Well, Madam Chair, it seems like the meeting gets continually more far afield from financial assurances. Questions about labor unions and economic development and those kinds of things. I would appreciate that those questions would be better asked in other committees. Representative Mahoney's committee, the Environment Policy Committee. It would be nice. This feels more like a public hearing, 3 of which I went to in Aurora and Duluth and at the Excel Center. So I understand the members wanting to ask questions, but we've talked about the boundary waters here, and this project has nothing to do with the boundary waters. So I just bring that to the chair's attention.
Thank you. This hearing is about financial assurance, and welcome to the committee, and talk to us about financial assurance.
Madam Chair, representatives of the committee, my name is Luther Dale, and I am chair of the Sierra Club's North Star Chapter. And we do appreciate the opportunity to testify here today. For us, there is no amount or type of financial assurance that matches the financial risk and uncertainty of sulfide mining. Even with the best possible financial assurance measures in place, the PolyMet project still poses a significant long-term risk of loss to citizens for the increasing value of water, including Lake Superior and St. Louis watersheds, results in significant loss of wetlands and wildlife habitat, and still leaves significant undetermined financial risk to taxpayers. The specific nature of the PolyMet proposal makes developing effective financial assurance particularly difficult. First, no one has been able to ascertain with any reasonable certainty how long the PolyMet mine site will require ongoing treatment. The models used in creating the SDEIS document stopped at 200 years for the mine site, 500 years for the tailings basin. 500 years ago, King Henry VIII was still with his first wife. It's a long time. However, the SDEIS does not conclude that even these extreme time frames actually represent an end date for ongoing treatment. Into perpetuity is a long time. Second, PolyMet's reliance on adaptive management, translation, trial and error approaches to dealing with future pollution makes the ongoing cost of treatment and mitigation impossible to determine. How expensive will the errors be? No one knows. This is more about hope than science and sound financial guarantees. Perpetual treatment is a big gamble. Beyond specific challenges posed by the PolyMet proposal, Minnesota's rules relating to financial assurance requirements are lacking in some important ways. First, Minnesota's existing rules regarding financial assurance rely on vague phrasing such as unanticipated liabilities. Minnesota rules do not specify what should be included or not included when planning financial assurance for such liabilities. In addition to making it impossible for taxpayers to adequately evaluate their risks and whether they are going to get a fair deal, project proposers and state agencies can respond to such requirements with their own undefined terms, such as adaptive management, trial and error, that PolyMet proposes. It's unfair to taxpayers to capitalize short-term profits for investors and socialize long-term costs for taxpayers. Second, taxpayers around the country have been left responsible for the financial costs of cleanup when mining companies declare bankruptcy at the end of their mining operations, which we've heard earlier. Nothing currently in Minnesota law requires parent companies or majority shareholders to be parties on a permit to mine issued by the state, which can help to address this problem. Finally, it's important to understand that political pressure from mining companies and their associated interests will always be present. No matter how well-meaning today's state agencies might be, any arrangement for financial assurance must be designed in such a way that it can survive market instability and even the best-paid team of lobbyists down the road. This means crafting financial assurance statutes with very specific requirements, objective criteria for evaluation, a significant threshold for any changes to the original agreement, and protecting financial assurance assets from other uses. Toxic waste created into perpetuity to be managed and perhaps paid for by 20 or more future generations is a moral as well as a financial issue that needs to be faced. We can leave a better legacy than that. In summary, we believe that the PolyMet proposal reveals a number of significant limitations of financial assurance as a protective mechanism, which you've heard before, as well as specific limitations of Minnesota's existing rules pertaining to financial assurance. We encourage state policymakers to consider these issues carefully as PolyMet and potential future proposals for new mining projects are considered. The citizens of Minnesota need to be protected. We need to get it right. Into perpetuity is a long time. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Are there questions for members? I don't see any. Thank you. John Gappa? Welcome.
Thank you. Madam Chair, representatives, my name is John Gappa. I have had the opportunity to serve as the Chief Financial Officer for nearly 20 years. As CFO, I have reviewed hundreds of millions of dollars of investments, creating over 1,000 jobs. My role in these investments, some of which were in excess of $100 million each, was to develop the business case, project costs and revenues over a 20-year period, and evaluate the risks and associated returns. While most of these investments were successful, some were not. Over the years, I've learned the hard way that failed projects all have two problems: overestimated benefits and underestimated costs and risks. As I've reviewed the PolyMet plan from a CFO perspective, I've struggled to figure out how the numbers can work with a model that has 20 years of benefits and hundreds of years of costs. My conclusion is that the only way the PolyMet model works is to inflate the benefits, underestimate the costs, and shift the risks to someone else. For example, I believe the recent issue over the base flow rates in the Portage River may be a troubling example of underestimating the cost to the environment in order to make the models work. For my own understanding, I wanted to try to model out what 500 years of remediation costs might look like. The first thing I discovered was that my Excel spreadsheet would only go out to 250 years. I next attempted to find inputs from my model from the draft supplemental EIS. While PolyMet provided estimates for closing costs and annual post-closure monitoring and maintenance expenses, there was no further detail or mention of ongoing expenses such as ongoing equipment repair and obsolescence. There was also no mention of ongoing capital expenditures that will be required of an operation of this scale and duration, such as equipment and facility replacement. Nevertheless, I built a 100-year model using assumptions derived from my experience with planning complex, capital-intensive processing operations. What I found is that the financial assurance model is highly sensitive to very small changes in inputs. For example, a $1 million increase in the annual operating costs results in a $21 million or a 9% increase in the future value of funding required. A half a percentage point decrease in the reinvestment rate or the discount rate used results in a $57 million or 24% increase in the amount of funding required. And finally, a 1/2 percentage point increase in the inflation rate assumed increases the future value of funding required by $90 million or over 40%. The point of the matter is that given the significant length of time that remediation will be required, estimating the upfront investment needed to fund the remediation is highly uncertain, and very small differences in assumptions will have a dramatic impact on the total funding required. Another key concern is to ensure that the remediation is fully funded regardless of when PolyMet stops mining, either after 5, 10, or 20 years. To quote one of the many risk factors that PolyMet included for their investors in a recent filing with the Securities and Exchange Commission, I quote, "Because the price of metals fluctuates, if the price of metals in our ore body decrease below a specified level, it may no longer be profitable to develop our NorthMet project for those metals, and we will cease operations." The state of Minnesota would be wise to heed this risk factor as well. A key difference between PolyMet and most companies making these sorts of investment decisions is that PolyMet exists solely to develop the NorthMet project. Most companies can choose amongst an array of investments, acquisitions, or returning cash to their shareholders. PolyMet's motivation is not to pick the best possible project, but to persuade the state to approve this specific project. This is not to say that the management of PolyMet and Glencore don't understand investment analysis. Quite the contrary. They have skillfully set up an investment vehicle that leverages their investment by transferring risk to the taxpayers of Minnesota. Their losses are limited to what they put in up front, potentially creating a significant unfunded liability for the citizens of Minnesota. In many ways, the PolyMet-Glencore model is reminiscent of many of the creative financial structures that Wall Street brought us, where complex instruments such as credit default swaps were created to transfer toxic liabilities to someone else. My request to our elected officials is to be wary of overestimated benefits and underestimated costs and risks. Once PolyMet exposes a sulfur-laden ore to the elements, Minnesota does not want to be facing our own too-big-to-fail scenario at tremendous cost to our taxpayers and to our environment. Thank you.
Thank you. That's good. Members? I don't see any. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Lawrence Hare, Executive Director of the American Exploration and Mining Association. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Laura Scare. I'm the Executive Director of the American Exploration and Mining Association. We're a 119-year-old mining industry trade association based in Spokane, Washington. I've held the position for 17 years. We have members in 42 states and 6 Canadian provinces and scattered throughout the world. Our members represent the entire life cycle of mining, from early grass fields exploration to building, designing, operating, closure. We have environmental consulting firms that are experts at helping our member companies calculate financial assurance and to ensure environmental protection at the mine sites. I have an undergraduate degree in economics and accounting. I also have a law degree, and I've been involved in natural resource businesses since 1980. Our members are very familiar with the evolution of financial assurance for the mining industry. It's a relatively recent creation. We had 150, 60 years of mining in this country before we had our first environmental law that impacted mining and other industries. Early 70s, Clean Air Act, Clean Water Act, financial assurance followed on the heels of those environmental regulations. The Forest Service, 1974, the BLM, 1981. Most of the mining states created their mine regulatory programs with financial assurance in the late 1980s to the early 1990s, about the time that Minnesota developed theirs, which coincides with the time that the state of Nevada developed theirs, which is generally considered among the western mining states to have, the premier mine regulatory program. I'm very familiar with it. I've read through the Minnesota program, and it is every bit as strong and as detailed and as comprehensive as the Nevada plan. You should be very proud of the system that you put in place for your regulators to implement. It's very protective of the environment. It's very protective of the taxpayers. I think it's important to understand if we talk about other states that financial assurance is not a one-size-fits-all. Each state is different. Each mine site is different. Different geology, different geography, different climate, different risks to the environment, to the air, to the water. Those all get taken into account, so it's very difficult to point to one mine in another state and try to compare that to PolyMet or to any other mine in the state of Minnesota. Each site has to be analyzed on its own. Earlier, as these plans were developed and evolved, the regulators and the industry, it was a learning experience. There were gaps discovered early on. A couple of mines that have been mentioned here today, the Summitville mine in Colorado, which I'm quite familiar with, and Zortman-Landusky in Montana. I happened to receive a governor's appointment to chair Colorado's Minerals and Geology Advisory Board in 1992. So our board oversaw the complete overhaul of Colorado's mineland reclamation law in response to Summitville, realizing there were things that happened there that nobody had anticipated, and as a result of that, those gaps were fixed. And it was an industry regulator partnership that worked to fill those gaps. Zortman-Landusky, Summitville was permitted in the very early part of the existence, the infancy of the mine regulatory programs. The same with Zortman-Landusky. I am confident that if either of those mines were proposed today, there would not be the problems we had. They would be subject to today's modern environmental protection requirements and to today's modern financial assurance requirements. We've got two things I want to close with. One is, as I mentioned, these financial assurance programs are a rather recent vintage. Senator Lisa Murkowski, who is the ranking member of the Senate Energy and Natural Resources Committee, the authorizing committee for both the BLM and the Forest Service, wrote a letter to Secretary Salazar, Secretary Vilsack, asking about their financial assurance programs at the BLM and the Forest Service. She asked, how many plans of operation have you approved since 1990 and how many of those are on the surplus Superfund list. For the BLM, the answer was 659 and 0. For the Forest Service, it was 2,685 and 0. I think that demonstrates that the financial assurance programs that have been put in place across this country on federal lands and state lands, because all mines are a mixture of ownership, demonstrate that the financial assurance programs and the environmental protection techniques and requirements that we have are not only protecting the environment, they're protecting the taxpayer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't see any questions. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
Just one comment. Reading the letter from the Department of the Interior, I'm really glad to see that the bonding protections are required in that. And I really think that that's the direction we need to go now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Tony Quayles.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Tony Quillis. I'm the Director of Environmental Policy at the Minnesota Chamber of Commerce. I want to thank you for the time to comment on this very important issue of financial assurance rules in the state of Minnesota. It is the belief of the Chamber that the financial assurance rules in Minnesota are structured so that the state of Minnesota will be protected now and into the foreseeable future. Any package will be required to be bankruptcy-proof and include funds for closure, post-closure, and reclamation because it is required in state law. Financial assurance packages are also, by law, mandated to be continuously in place, readily available for the state to review at all times, and eligible to be adjusted annually by the state. Once the environmental review process is completed, which is currently ongoing, but once it is completed, financial assurance will be fully vetted in the permitting process and will allow for public comment and input. As you've heard, the Department of Natural Resources is committed to at least having at least one hearing on financial assurance. If any of the conditions that you have heard today are not met, either in statute or in rules, a permit to mine will not be granted by the Department of Natural Resources. For all the above stated reasons that I've mentioned and that you've heard today, the Chamber of Commerce believes that there are adequate protections in place and existing rules and statutes for financial assurance requirements to protect the natural resources of the state of Minnesota. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Representative Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good to see you, Mr. Close. Just a question. I know we're all hoping for the best case scenario, and let's just go and say that, humor me, that it doesn't work out, that we're a few bucks short if there's a problem on the financial assurance. Just, a little bit short. And I know that you said the Chamber believes things are adequate, but just pretend they're not quite adequate. Who should pay?
Madam Chair, Representative Falk, I can't comment on a hypothetical. We haven't got through the environmental review process, and I haven't seen what PolyMet is going to put forth in their permitting and what those financial requirements will require. It might be surety bonds. We've talked about some of the financial folks that have come up today have talked about cash. Some of those folks have gone through and talked about other financial instruments that are available. I can't comment on a hypothetical. I don't know what the Department of Natural Resources is going to require of PolyMet to put forth.
Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Quillis, but you already commented on a hypothetical by saying that you support the project because there's no guarantee the project moves forward.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I support the project moving forward as long as it meets all the state rules and regulations that are laid out. I have full confidence that they're going to do that. And once they do, then I think they should be able to move forward. But right now, I don't know what that permit looks like. I can't comment on it. I can't comment. They might require, the Department of Natural Resources might require cash. I don't know. That's going to be part of the hypothetical that's going to move forward. Do I support the project? Wholeheartedly. And I want them, as Representative Dillon and I have talked about, as long as they meet all the rules and regulations laid out by the state of Minnesota, I think the project should move forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess it's, once again, we're looking at the hypotheticals here, but if we're a few bucks short on the assurance, it means either citizens pay, businesses pay, somebody else, theoretically could pay, but I'm assuming that the chamber isn't going to want to have to go and pay a little bit extra to, solve a problem for which most of the chamber members didn't create. I'm just, I'm looking at this and trying to understand that if you're supportive of it, then and there's a problem, who should be on the hook to rectify the situation? And that should be part of the discussion because it's a possibility.
I think some of the more compelling testimony was by John Chippewa, who said that just a slight miscalculation can mean a whole lot of money. And I think that's something that none of us have digested yet. Representative Cohn.
Are we looking at the chamber supporting the kind of reclamation bonding requirements that the federal government has?
Madam Chair, Representative Kahn, unfortunately, I can't comment on that. I'm not familiar with what the federal government would require.
Well, I guess, Madam Chairman, that's obviously looking at this letter from the Department of Interior, that's something that exists. So we clearly can put that on the table and look and see how that would apply to this project.
Representative Hanson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Quillis. Listening to your testimony, and I'm just trying to get the Chamber's position here, that you're looking for the certainty of having the existing laws and regulations apply to this project, so we're not changing the game in the middle of the process, right? So that PolyMet comes forward in permitting or dealing with rules and regulations. The track that's laid out here is the track to follow. Is that what you were saying?
Madam Chair, Representative Hanson, we're in the middle of the permitting, we're in the middle of the environmental review process as we speak. Public comments are open until March 14th, I think, is the date that they're going to take them to.
Yeah.
So, yes, that process is ongoing, and after the review is completed on March 14th, then we will move forward to the permitting process.
This looks like a very specific thing.
With no proposed changes in laws or regulations?
Madam Chair, Representative Hanson, I have not seen or have heard of any changes or proposed rules or regulations.
Thanks so much. Jeff Barney? Oh, and David Barney, I'm sorry.
I guess that is somewhat annoying.
Welcome.
Madam Chairman and members of the committee, my name is David Barhan. My background includes chemistry, environmental science, teaching, Alaska commercial fishing, and I'm a 50-year resident of Minnesota. There's a similar debate about copper mining that's been going on in Alaska regarding a much larger mine called the Pebble Mine in Bristol Bay, Alaska, and it's been going on for well over 10 years. And it's so interesting to watch how this debate is so parallel to that. As a science teacher, I've been using the Pebble Mine debate both to further my students' understanding of chemistry, environmental science, and also to look at the tertiary results of the decisions that get made. By that, I mean what's happening down the road. So I've been struggling to get my students to think that far down the road, just as we're discussing those issues today. But now we're talking about 200 and 500 years. They didn't anticipate that. One of the interesting things that was always the outcome of their discussions and their learnings was they got to look at the chemistry of the mining and the sulfide mines and so on. And then they got to talk about, wait, what are the needs? And every one of them has a cell phone. So yeah, they know they need the minerals. And then the debate goes to, what are they going to do about it? How do they get them? What are the costs? And one of the things that eventually comes around after they've talked about it and looked at different issues is, you know what? If you don't pay the costs up front, then somebody else gets put on the hook for them, and they're not happy with that. That's I've been doing this debate for now 6 years. It's been part of my classes. So they're already out there saying, hey, we want this taken care of. We don't need the minerals, but how are you going to pay for it? Part of that Pebble Mine debate was, a part of the Pebble Mine debate was Fort Knox gold mine was used as a comparison. That's out of Fairbanks, Alaska. And one of the things I've heard time again today was, how do we look at the costing of that? What is that projection? Well, the Center for Science and Public Participation was looking at the bonding or the financial assurance for the Fort Knox mine. By the way, the Fort Knox mine is about the same size as the PolyMet mine. It's going to have actually a smaller footprint. The Fort Knox mine has a smaller footprint. Well, they bonded the Fort Knox at about $12 million. The Center for Science looked at that and they said, well, wait. The Center's estimates suggest that costs might grow from between 13% to 291% when assuming water quality standards are met after only 5 years. What that's saying is, okay, you can close the mine, but now, if you got to deal with water quality issues, in 5 years they might look at an increase in costs of up to 291%. Then they could jump to over 759% over 50 years, and as high as 1,143% if the water quality treatment were needed for just a century. Okay? So, if you're looking for a way to start calculating costs, let's say we had a basis of $300 million from one person. I don't know if that fits these numbers, but you got to start looking in hundreds of millions of dollars of bonding, just straight up front costs. The other thing that was part of the Pebble Mine debate that was just mentioned by Mr. Timmer was, what are the other costs? What are the societal costs, the different lifestyles? In Alaska, they've actually gone out. I know personally, Mr. Braun, his company is an archaeologist or an archaeology company. One of their tasks is to go out and document how the societies that are impacted by these companies and their mines, oil, whatever, are impacted. So there is a cost factor that can be associated with those. So I'd strongly encourage the state of Minnesota to also look at those costs. For example, what is Mr. Representative Fox's cost of a gallon of clean water? What is the cost of 3 walleyes missing from a lake if it's too polluted? Have we documented those lifestyle costs? That needs to be, I think, associated with this assurance bond. And I haven't heard that mentioned in the law by very many people. Alaska's been looking at that. I think we should also. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any questions. Thank you. Jeff Coop, resident of St. Michael.
Thank you, Madam Chair, representatives, for allowing me to speak. My name is Jeff Kopp. I reside in St. Michael. I am from Aurora Hoyt Lakes. I am the face of the Iron Range. I am the child that left the range because the mine closed. I own land there now, just down the stream, rivers, from PolyMet, a substantial piece of land that I'm putting into a trust fund for my children one day. I agree with the process in place, and the financial assurance is due during the permit to mine. Herb Brooks said, I was born to be here. I believe that. I won't get to the unanticipated liabilities in question 1. But first, let me get to water value. I've been building swimming pools around the Twin Cities for 27 years. I understand water value. I'm the guy that has a little environmentalism. The Twin Cities now, 90% of the pools have saltwater pools and do not use liquid chlorine anymore. The cost to fill a pool in St. Michael, Minnesota, where I reside, it's $15 for every 5,000 gallons. Most pools are around 40,000 gallons. It's $125 to fill their pool. A lot of people are worried about that. So I make sure I address that. And one thing I'd love to do is, for the committee, is I'll pick 10 municipalities around the state. I'll figure out how much each municipality pays for their water. But let's get to the unintended liabilities, and I'm going to propose an actual part of the solution. First, let's look at the problem. Is the risk to the environment created by certain economic activities and the public's anxiety about how well those risks are being monitored and managed? Some may not trust government officials to stay on top of what's happening at the development site, to blow the whistle if something's wrong, or to prevent a disaster from happening in the first place. This sort of problem typically causes serious pain in the community. Many of its members divide in opposing camps: pro and anti-development, pro-environment versus pro-economy. The battles can become fierce, personal, and endless. Anxieties about the project's potential impact endure, further adding to community stress. The company also suffers. The problem costs the company money, ill will in the community, because it must fend off endless attacks and even lawsuits. Literally anything that happens on the project site, no matter how minor, can become a point of contention in the community and cause delay in the project. The project, or the problem, was in full bloom in Marquette County, Michigan in 2012. And it's here and right now. So, Rio Tinto and Eagle Mine and the community and various other groups created a community environmental monitoring program, or what they call a SEMP. A SEMP is a voluntary agreement between the economic project developer and one or more community-based organizations that empowers members of the community to monitor at their discretion the project's environmental impacts based on scientific standards and ensures public access to all monitored information in a timely and understandable manner. 3 benefits: to help safeguard the environment from damage. This was the driving motivation for the Superior Watershed Partnership there. 2, help the company to earn the community's trust and support for its operation. 3, to help reduce the stress in the community faced with what it sees as a potential trade-off between economic benefits and environmental quality. The White House was built in 8 years. I met all 3 men that in 1999 first started talking about PolyMet. So, at the end of the day, I challenge all of you in this room to create a community environmental monitoring program. And this shark right here, be happy to buy the first cup of coffee.
Thank you. Any questions, members? I don't see any. Thank you. That ends the list of folks who have signed up to testify. Is there anybody in the audience that would like to testify? We get 1 minute apiece. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Bob Tammon from Sudan, Minnesota. I worked in several of the mines on the range, and I didn't realize I might have something to add to the discussion today, but there were comments about the value and amount of water, and the number that stuck in my mind is that PolyMet's tailings pond is leaking 2.9 million gallons a day right now as we sit here. And in the EIS, they call that steady state seepage. It's been leaking that amount or more since the previous owner, which was LTV Erie at one time, then Cliff Erie. It's been leaking all that time, and we have elevated sulfates in Lake Vermilion. We have the Dunker site leaking into Birch Lake. We have a over 100-mile dead zone for wild rice in the St. Louis River. Now, we've heard that Minnesota has the nation's best financial assurance program. If we have such wonderful financial assurance, why haven't we cleaned up those messes now? Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, members? Anyone else?
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Lynn Guerneau. I'm a long-term resident of Minnesota. I've been listening to this interesting presentation today, and no one can answer a really simple question. Is there any historical...
Would you give your name for the record?
Sure. Lynn Guerneau, G-R-A-N-O. Is there a single example of a financial instrument in existence today or going back 500 years that can be expected to last the time period we're talking about? The answer is fairly self-evident. It's never existed. There's not even a currency around today that's been around 500 years ago. So all this talking about adequate financial assurance is patently absurd to cover some liability that's going to exist potentially 500 years or longer. It doesn't exist, it's never existed, nor will it ever exist. Thank you.
Questions, members? Thank you. Anyone else? Jeff Richards? Oh, welcome.
Thank you. I'm Barbie Russo. I'm a representative in the House. But I'm here today really as a chemical engineer. I've got a PhD in chemical engineering. I worked in process engineering, and I taught unit operations lab in the chemical engineering department at the University of Minnesota. I've been reading the supplemental draft EIS and looking at some of the supplemental documents as a chemical engineer. And it's been mentioned a couple of times today that we really need to insist that they show their work. And I find this lacking when I look at it, and there's some big questions that I can't find the answers to that I ought to be able to find. Where does the stuff go? Okay, there are a number of inputs to the operation. There's the rock that's being dug out of the ground. There's also chemicals that are being brought in. There are descriptions, there's some concentrations, there's a lot of data there, but it's not all there. You can't draw a big picture, a system around, a big box around the whole system and figure out what goes in here and where does it all come out. There are some minor things that just aren't addressed at all. The chemicals that are used in the flotation process, nothing is said about where those end up. I shouldn't have to guess. Adverse events aren't really covered adequately. There are, of course, safety features around some of the hazardous chemicals that are being used. But when it comes to the financial assurance, you really need to address that. What about a hydrogen sulfide release? What about a rail car accident? Things like that. And then we've been told a number of times that the modeling wasn't designed to answer the question of when can we stop worrying about the tailings basin, when can we stop worrying about the pile of rock, and I think that it really needs to. So I think we ought to ask that be done, and we ought to ask that there's a full kind of life cycle analysis for every chemical coming in and where does stuff go. If you look at the data in the supplemental material, in the tailings basins, for instance, the concentration of manganese continues to rise. It doesn't fall. The reason it continues to rise is because as the water is treated, it's actually being added to that process continuously. So we don't have those answers. We need them. Thanks.
Thank you. I hope you're intending to put your comments in the record. Yes. Jeff Richards. When you were up before, did you have comments you want to make to start with?
No, Madam Chair.
When you were up here before, Mr. Colvin said the goal is to reduce groundwater pollution from the pit. And I'm having trouble reconciling that statement with 103H001, which tells us that the goal of the state, that is the state agencies, is to prevent and minimize pollution to the extent practicable. I'm also having trouble reconciling that with our rules that presume that this water is drinking water. So with your statement your goal is to reduce groundwater pollution. First of all, I don't think it's meeting statutory, but let's say, how much is too much? Because remember, what we're talking about here is stuff that's going through the bottom of the pits of the two unlined pits. How much is too much?
Madam Chair?
Yes, and I'm asking this, Representative Dill, because we have to figure out the cost of, and figure out how to do financial assurance if we have to do a cleanup.
Well, Madam Chair, you're an attorney, and you should ask the question, then, how much it costs, not an opinion or evaluation that would be done during an open EIS process that we're currently in. And again, we keep, testifiers, we keep going back to policy matters and discussions that are held within the confines of a draft EIS supplemental a draft, and the comments that come from public hearings and things. So you, of all people, know how to ask the proper question, and I'm glad you caught what I was headed for, but still the question is, really, how is this project going to fundamentally work? And I don't think that we're here to do that. I think we're here to find out what the financial assurance requirements are, and we've reviewed those quite readily, and that's my opinion on that. We probably don't share equal opinions, but that is how I feel about it.
There is no projection for the cost of cleanup, and what I'm trying to get at here is how do we project, that's what this hearing is about, how do we project the cost? And so that's my question to you.
Madam Chair, committee members, and maybe we can start to have a discussion about this under, again, you referenced unanticipated liabilities, and that might be a way to talk about it a little bit.
Is this unanticipated or anticipated?
Well, Madam Chair, I'm not the expert in the modeling, and so I don't want to speak for the modeling. So we can go there first, if you'd like.
Madam Chair, just rest assured, I'm not a modeling expert either. However, in the EIS, we were modeling what happened to surface water chemistry, what was happening to shallow groundwater chemistry. Based on information we had, remember these are deep bedrock formations, and we had information that our technical experts, our geologists were telling us was credible about the limited capacity for fractured flow, and we made some modeling assumptions on deep seepage related to that. In fact, we assumed in the models that there wouldn't be deep seepage. The seepage that's talked about is in the superficial aquifer. Those are areas that are open for comment in the environmental impact statement.
Well, this would go back to the question of we have no geologic atlas of the area.
Madam Chair, I think that what our geologists would probably tell you is that the site-specific geology work and geohydrology work is more intensive than would have come from a county atlas.
The county atlas is really to show you which way the water flows and where it's going once it leaves. So you're talking about the question of does it leave? Am I right?
Madam Chair, we are talking about that question, and there's extensive information on the different aquifer flow paths contained within the supplemental draft EIS, and it's based on the information that Jess had presented earlier.
Okay, then we will pose this. If this is an unanticipated liability and the water can go to one of the rivers or the St. Louis, how do you figure that cost for financial assurance?
Madam Chair, members, as we discussed earlier with anticipated liabilities, I think they're a broad range. And, first, for example, as I mentioned, PolyMet is taking over a legacy mining operation. And so I gave the example of reserve mining where they ran into some tires and drums and things like that just at a legacy mine site. So those are some possible unanticipated liabilities. Certainly, though, as we look at proposed financial assurance package, we have to think about other unanticipated liabilities, such as, and this would all get to protection of groundwater, such as if a pipeline were to fail, or if one of the treatment systems were to fail, or something like that. And so I think the key is that, first, we have to make sure the permit is protective of those resources, and that the permit has strong conditions in it that would be protective of our natural resources, and include in it a schedule for routine inspections of equipment, routine monitoring of the areas around that equipment, and groundwater quality monitoring, and baseline data and baseline information, and comparing that information. And also monitoring overall performance of the equipment. And as I mentioned before, with a treatment system, for example, there's ways to indicate whether or not filters are starting to get overloaded and it's time for a new filter. But yes, we do have to think about those long-term potential liabilities on the front end. And what I would expect is that when PolyMet submits their proposed financial assurance package with their permit to mine application, that it would include a very detailed list in thinking through those unanticipated liabilities. There are examples, whether or not they're the right thing to do in Minnesota or not. I've just been offering them out there as other examples. There are examples in other states where they put a percentage on top of whatever the estimated costs are, just for unanticipated liabilities. So the state of Michigan, for example, at the Eagle Mine, put 20% on top of the proposed reclamation cost, or after they determined what they thought the reclamation costs were, then they put 20% on top of that for environmental liabilities that are unnamed. And then, in addition, they put another 15% on top of that for operational work related to those unanticipated liabilities. So whether or not that's the right amount or not, I mean, those are kind of things we'd have to evaluate. I like there was a comment made earlier about DNR getting its own sharks. I think that's a great idea. And so it is one of those things, though, that there are situations out there that are examples, and we're going to try to look at all of those. We went out to to Michigan and visited with the regulators for the Michigan Department of Environmental Quality, specifically on the Eagle Mine, to learn about unanticipated liabilities and this extra money that they put on top of it, and also to learn about, as one speaker mentioned, about citizen monitoring programs.
As I think about the reclamation is, in a lot of ways, the easiest thing for us to figure out. I mean, we have models, we know what that is. But thinking about doing a percentage of that for unanticipated liabilities doesn't work very well for me. I think we have to think of them on their own, because the unanticipated liabilities are going to be very different if they are to our drinking water. That's the key here. And so those liabilities, as we go into the future, and maybe those liabilities won't be great in 20 years, but in 60, they may be terrific. So that's my worry coming out of this hearing. Any other members have questions? Representative Falk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I've got a couple things here. The first one actually just kind of perked my interest by the comment of what other states have done. Has the department assembled a list of non-ferrous mining sites and compiled the list of basically unanticipated liabilities that we currently have that we've put a value to? You have a seepage of some type taking place at a particular location. The cost, either through insurance, having the company having to put up additional equity, hopefully not the taxpayers, but probably in all likelihood, pretty likely that the taxpayers had to put some money in. Has the department compiled a list? Because I know that there's other non-ferrous sites, and so there should be data on just what the cost of some of the problems have been, and just could you comment to that?
Madam Chair, members, we're in the process of working through that. And we, one of our contractors, as I mentioned, does have a database with the actual costs from over 200 mine sites in the western United States. And so we have that at our access. But we are also, one of the gentlemen in the room is going to be spending a lot of time looking specifically at individual sites, individual states, and the circumstances around those. I think we've shared a few examples today of some of the projects that we've started to look at. We heard additional examples in the testimony that were very valuable that we'll be looking at too.
Thank you, and thank you for that. And when could we expect to see that list presented to the committee?
Madam Chair, members, I don't have a timeline on what that would be right now. My goal would be to make sure we've thoroughly looked through that list before we receive permit applications.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I guess I would just speak on my own behalf. I'd like to see that list too, as soon as possible, just so we can kind of wrap our head around, because I think that offers some pretty concrete evidence of potential issues. Next question is dealing with insolvency. I know the whole purpose of why we create some of these business structures, LLCs, corporations, partnerships, is to absolve different types of liability from the principals or the owners, or to, in the case of a lot of companies, that, the most you can be liable for as an owner is really the par value of the stock, and oftentimes now we're seeing no par value stock. So how do you basically avoid the bankruptcy issue of severing the liability? I'm really curious as to what structure that would look like, that would, if the entity PolyMet were to decide to fold, how is that liability not severed there?
Madam Chair, members, first of all, we have specific conditions that we put in any tool. And I don't have that specific language that we have available right now, but I could get that for you. The key is the timing of the implementation of the tools and the funding of those tools. So if you have a letter of credit, for example, that tool would be payable to the DNR. And as I mentioned, we would have provisions in there when we could cash it, including if they even fail to pay a premium on it. And so, but a letter of credit might not necessarily be the ultimate long-term tool for ongoing maintenance and treatment. If there was a trust fund, for example, as I discussed, there would be specific conditions in the trust on how it could be accessed. But then I think it's important to think about where that trust would be housed and when it would be funded. So the reason I say the timing is important is so that if we feel like we would need a trust fund to manage a reverse osmosis treatment system for many years, that fund should be adequately funded prior to impacting the ore that could cause the need for treatment for many years. And then if PolyMet walked away or not, that trust fund is not subject necessarily to PolyMet's inputs into the trust fund. It's managed by whomever, the state or some other entity, as we've heard, that could manage the trust for the benefit of returns.
Well, I do hope that those instruments and those procedures are the strongest, and like we've mentioned before, that you have sharks hired. And I'll getting that, resource, that value up front really just seemed to be paramount. I guess part of my question also is I'm trying to understand what assets would be in a trust, because if we're looking at, the basic mechanisms, you've got stocks, bonds, derivatives. What would the likely makeup of that trust consist of?
Madam Chair, members, I don't have an answer for that. I think that's where we would need to evaluate who the holder of the trust would be, what their performance record is what kind of investments that they would use. I think we would need to look at multiple options
for where that trust would be housed and see how that performance has been over time, what their track record has been. And I would expect that as we talk about hiring additional expertise to help the DNR, that's one of the areas that I'm very focused on, is that kind of financial expertise that can ground truth what the proposals are and where that trust fund, for example, might be housed.
Thank you, and I guess, I would agree that the department probably doesn't have that expertise. I haven't seen it presented to me, and finding good people is very important, but, just for simplicity's sake, we could go and say that bonds are typically the least risky, stocks probably a little bit more risky, and derivatives probably the most risky of these basic financial tools. And if we're going to look at something that's basically a perpetuity, we look at, the expected rate of return divided by, the amount of the assets, and that's going to give us, the payment per year. And specifically, pick the number, whatever it is, but if we're going to look at the rate of return on bonds right now, which are pretty low, that's going to require a fairly large corpus to meet the needs. And ultimately, if you were to go and say that you wanted to use stocks or derivatives, you theoretically could have a higher rate of return, but we haven't always seen that play out with, market sways. And so what happens, or I'm trying to understand is, the makeup of this trust is incredibly important, because if you have a market event like we had in 2008, 2009, where the value is diminished by half, does it make the proceeds actually cover the ongoing costs? Maybe not, maybe they do. But if you're going to go and go something more secure, like, strictly bonds, that's going to require a much larger corpus. So, how is this going to be evaluated, and who is going to present this information? Because if it's strictly the proposal of the project, they have an incentive to keep that corpus as small as possible. And that may not be in the best interest of the people of Minnesota.
Madam Chair, members, PolyMet would make the initial proposal, but we would be looking at it with the state's interests in mind. And so as we would hire and bring in additional financial expertise, that level of risk is a key question. It's a very important question, that you wouldn't want to enter into a situation where you're basing your assumptions of the percent of rate of return based on necessarily full performance of the stock market for many years. And so I agree completely that the risk analysis and the assumptions that need to be made in any financial assurance tool, especially like a trust fund, have to be conservative in nature. And that's the kind of analysis that we put forward on it.
Well, thank you, and I would like to continue to learn more about who the department might be hiring us for expertise, because I think this is a key point. I guess the last question on this is, and looking at what some of the testifiers mentioned, was, really to get their books, open them up, go through them, understand what is at stake. Should we consider a permit as an agreement to conduct business? Is a permit an agreement that the people of Minnesota make to allow an entity to take a resource, extract a resource that essentially belongs to the people of Minnesota? And is that a business relationship?
Madam Chair, members, I guess you could characterize it that way. I think a permit, what a permit is designed to do is to make sure that the state's environmental protection laws are followed, and that there are strong mechanisms in place, strong permit conditions in place to ensure that that's the case, and to give the department the ability to follow through if there's not.
Okay, so I take it that it is a business agreement, and so as partners to any potential business agreement, hopefully the people of Minnesota have access and open transparency to the financials, and we should know exactly what it is we're investing in, and I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted, regarding financial assurances, I want to again remind that Representative Falk characterized the project as Minnesotans' resources. The resources that are actually going to be mined do not belong to Minnesotans. They belong to a group of people. Second question I had was, One of the testifiers suggested that ferrous mining does not require financial assurances as a part of their permit. Do you have a comment on that, Mr. Richards?
Madam Chair, members, ferrous mines do have financial assurance.
Thank you.
Representative Portage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to make this very brief. I just have some questions about the mechanics of financial assurance. It's my understanding that some of these funds that are set aside are actually, once the environmental issues are taken care of, that they go back to the company. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, members, yes, there can be mechanisms set up that way.
Is that true of the trust?
Madam Chair, members, that is one of the issues that I really want to research more with respect to how other states have handled those. And I suspect that there's all different variations of that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it seems to me that if once the environmental issues are taken care of, the company gets its money back, it's great motivation for the company to do good work. Would you agree with that?
Madam Chair, members, certainly the ability for a company to access back financial assurance funds or to no longer have to pay premiums on financial assurance instruments should be a significant incentive to perform.
And if we would take that incentive away, it would, or if we would take those funds away, basically make them property of the state, that would then remove that incentive for the company to do its best work. Would you agree?
Madam Chair, members, that certainly could occur, yes.
Representative Babian, did you have any other questions, members? I don't see any other. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brad Moore, PolyMet.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, my name is Brad Moore, Executive Vice President for Environmental and Government Affairs for PolyMet. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify. I had prepared remarks, but I think I will leave those go by the side, make a few comments, and then stand for questions. One thing I've seen in this afternoon in terms of the various testimony from members of the public and environmental groups and others is a strong interest and passion relative to financial assurance. We've seen comments, for example, from Scott Strand indicating 5 key points that need to be included. We've seen financial experts say how important discount rates are, rates of return, interest, the kinds of instruments that are used. And all those perspectives are valid and very important in terms of the permitting process moving forward. And so I think in that regard, this hearing has really shed a lot of good light, and I think it's good that you held it. The other thing I want to point out is that the regulators are in charge in terms of as when we get together and move forward, that's PolyMet, a proposal for financial assurance. We've got to have the calculations all together, the discount rates and the kinds of instruments. All those go to the regulators, and those regulators then independently make a decision and using their experts on whether what we propose is good, adequate, or not. And in doing that as well, they may send us back to the drawing board, they may request a modification, or they may request something very different. And so in that regard, I think the process is robust. And so as we move forward in the process, I think it's pretty clear in terms of those regulators are the ones that finally decide whether the project moves forward or not. So I'll just open with those comments right now and then take questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I've got a few questions here. I've got PolyMet's 2012 annual report here. I've been going through that, and it's interesting. It's some really interesting reading. I'd encourage people to take a look at it. But one thing, I'm looking at your balance sheet, and we're talking about financial assurance. You show assets of $236 million at the end of 2012, and you haven't got 2013 report filed, which would be interesting to take a look at that. but, essentially, there's about $9.7 million in cash or cash equivalents, and then the rest of it, your assets are mineral property, plant, and equipment, and that's about $220 million. And I'm trying to understand what those assets entail. I mean, could you explain, where that $220 million value comes from?
Mr. Chair, Representative Falk, I'm the environmental permitting individual, so the details on the finances, I do not know. I can say this much, however, as a publicly traded company, our finances are open to the public in terms of the annual reports, et cetera, and if there's a specific list of questions that you have in terms of aspects of the finances, we'd like to have them, and we can certainly get back to the detail in each one with someone that's an expert in that area.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I was, hoping that an executive vice president would know a little bit about the financials, but I was looking at just some of the summary of significant accounting policies, and reading through here, it says that non-financial assets, including mineral property, plant, equipment, and wetland credit intangibles, are reviewed at each reporting date to determine whether there is any indication of impairment. If any such indication exists, the asset's recoverable amount is estimated at the greater of its value in use and its fair value less cost to sell. And that, to me, that doesn't say that you're actually marking to market. If you actually had to go and liquidate things immediately, you might not get the full value that's shown on your balance sheet. And I'm not saying that that this is done incorrectly, but it's just, looking through this, I've got some concerns. And one of the reasons why I also looked at that is on your liability side, you've got, it's $51.68 million for environmental rehabilitation and provision. And basically, that, as I'm reading in here too, that's been calculated as the cost from the Cliffs acquisition plus potentially what it could cost to go and operate any remediation efforts of this facility. At least the company is estimating that at about $52 million, let's just say. And it says that costs incurred to get an asset ready for use, i.e. that $31 million that was brought over from the Cliffs acquisition, is put into the asset base of the property, plant, and equipment. And so basically, as I understand this, you've capitalized debt as an asset because that asset isn't producing yet. And so it seems like your balance sheet is inflated with liabilities and not real assets. And that's just, I'm trying to understand the figures here. So, could you comment to that a little bit? What is the true value of assets? If you had to go and sell these things immediately, are they marked to market?
As I indicated earlier, we have our controller and chief financial officer that can respond to those questions. But as a publicly traded company, we're audited independently by auditors, and they go through the balance sheets to make sure that they're accurate and meet all state and federal rules, both in the U.S. and in Canada. But again, of the specific questions, if you give those to me, I'm more than happy to get back to you with a response.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess I've got a number of questions just going through the statements here. But, I think that one of the things that Representative Kahn had asked about was how long the plan would be, and that's one of the things a number of people have asked questions about. But this is exactly from point 7 here. This is the fourth paragraph down, and I'll read it here. That talks about the company uses the best estimates possible. The company's best estimate of environmental rehabilitation provision at January 31st, 2013 was $53.5 million. Based on estimated cash flows required to settle this obligation and present-day cost of $24.5 million. And that includes a $23.9 million for Cliffs 1, $33 million for Cliffs 2. And they say an annual inflation rate of 2%, a risk-free rate of 2.79%, and a mine life of 20 years and a rehabilitation period of 10 years. So is it the company's position that you're only going to require to do rehabilitation for 10 years?
Madam Chair, Representative Falk, no, the reclamation plans and et cetera will go on for much longer than 10 years. For example, the filling of the West Pit will go for about 40 years. So I'd have to look at that specific language, talk to our financial people to see what that refers to. And as I indicated earlier in my testimony, those kinds of questions, I'm happy to get back to you with people that have specific knowledge of how it was written.
Oh, thank you, but I mean, if your annual report from 2012 says your rehabilitation period is 10 years, and you're saying it's something different, which one's accurate? Which one's correct?
As I
I mean,
indicated in my...
this is what you filed with the regulators, so I'm just trying to understand.
Madam Chair, Representative Falk, the issue is in terms of rehabilitation and what it refers to, and that's what I would need to check with our financial people.
Well, Madam Chair, and I know this isn't a hearing on financial assurance, and so I would have hoped that somebody could answer kind of basic financial questions. I mean, this is everything that's been filed is right in their report here. I've got a question too. I know that the issue's been raised that PolyMet's owned by Glencore, or is a shell company of Glencore. Is that a what structure does Glencore have with PolyMet?
Madam Chair, Representative, Glencore is an investor, a minority investor. They have about under 30% of the investment in the company. It's not a joint venture, and it is not a parent company, or we are not a shell company.
Well, there's a whole section about Glencore financing in your consolidated statements, and this is in Section 10, Glencore financing, and reading in the first paragraph here, dating back to October 31st, 2008, PolyMet agreed to propose and shareholders approve the election of Glencore senior executive as a director, also appointed a senior member of Glencore's technical team to PolyMet's technical steering committee. As a result of the series of financing transactions and the purchase by Glencore of PolyMet common shares previously owned by Cliffs, Glencore's current and potential ownership of PolyMet comprises, it goes through in a list, if you count just the common shares at the time, 25.6% ownership, but if you go and look at all the warrants and obligations here, it says it represents 34.9% on a partially diluted basis, and you take full dilution, it's 32.4%. But as you get further into here, the shareholder rights section, as I understand it, if an entity owns more than 20%, basically the other shareholders waive their rights, and the Glencore's got right of first refusal to acquire the entity as a whole. Is that not accurate?
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Representative.
I'd like to, Madam Chair, it would be helpful if Representative Falk would then, at the end of each of these diatribes, state that he wants to know how that would affect his financial assurances. Because we're just going on and on, Madam Chair, about this financial statement that they are not here to be able to validate.
Madam Chair, on that particular question, like the others, if the representative has the questions, we're happy to answer them with people with expertise there. If you'd be willing, please send those questions to me, and we'll have responses to them.
Well, Madam Chair, and to Representative Dill, I mean, this is financial assurance. If the company is going to put up any assets or put any cash in, and they have no assets to back up, you know, I'm looking to see cash here, and I see about $9.7 million in cash here. And if there's no tangible value, if there's no fungible value of the rest of the assets, then what is it? And another question I had is, with this value of environmental remediation, it's on the liability side, it's $53 million. That was put in, that was capitalized as an asset, on the property, plant, and equipment. It says right in here. So is there cash, or is that just a number that we looked at to say this is what the liability is, and we're going to go and capitalize that, meaning that it's just materialized? Is there cash to back it up? Are there cash equivalents to justify that liability?
Madam Chair, Representative, I look forward to getting your list of questions so we can respond to those.
Well, I see this as, I mean, I wish somebody would have been here that could actually talk about the finances, being that this is a hearing about financial assurance. And
Madam Chair, Representative, the reason that those people aren't here is because the financial assurance piece comes in the permitting phase. And in that permitting phase, when we come up with a proposal, the books have to be open relative to how it's going to be funded, the kind of instruments, where the money comes from, et cetera. And that comes later in the process.
Well, I mean, once again, I would just encourage people to go through this, because there's a lot of questions here, and you know, the assertion's been made that this is just a shell company, and I'm kind of inclined to believe that, because I can't see real value here. And I want to know, so take this back, you know, whether or not Glencore has the ability to purchase this entity outright on a right of first refusal basis. That should be a very simple question to answer.
Madam Chair and Representative, in order to answer that correctly, I'll work with our financial people. Let me know if you'd like a list of questions, as I've indicated earlier.
I think you've already received the list of questions, and it would be good to hear back from them. Any other questions?
Madam Chair, one thing,
yes.
too. I just to also bring back, because I under the last section here, we're looking about contingencies and commitments, and there's different types of risks that are listed by the company. Currency risk, liquidity risk, credit risk, interest rate risk. There isn't a single section for environmental risk. And I would hope that, being that we're talking about the potential cost to the state of Minnesota, whether it's for water quality issues, that the company would at least acknowledge that there's an environmental risk to mining. I mean, if you're not even going to acknowledge it in your annual report, I just kind of question where the priorities are.
Madam Chair, Representative, the environmental risk is included in the permitting discussions, as I indicated earlier.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Moore, thank you for being here. I think you were in the room when I asked Director Richards about financial assurance relating to wetland mitigation, and you and I have discussed wetland mitigation in the past, and we've been talking a lot about a lot of things all day today, and I'm a little unclear because I think there's a local government role for financial assurance to make sure that the mitigation occurs, and I'd just like to hear your response on that, and what I think we've discussed before about you have the acres you need for direct mitigation, but how does that relate into financial assurance?
Madam Chair, Representative, yes, in fact, regulators have indicated to me that they will be including financial assurance so that wetland mitigation work, that it's insured so that if there was a problem, there'd be money to make sure that mitigation actually occurs. And so that will have to be part of the wetland permit as well before we can do any mining.
And Madam Chair, and Mr. Moore, that's both direct and indirect mitigation?
Madam Chair, Representative, that is my understanding.
Okay.
I don't see any other questions from members, but one of the questions that came up during the course of this was that you had put on the table how much there would be for financial assurance, but we don't have the worksheets to show how those figures were arrived at. Can you get those for folks?
Madam Chair, what we'll do is work with the regulators to determine what they'd like for that as a part of the work that's ongoing with the EIS.
So if I read this correctly, you are declining to give this committee the worksheets that support your estimate of financial assurance.
Madam Chair, what we're going to be doing is, that's one of the, obviously, the concerns raised today. So I work with regulators to see what they want us to provide, because that's an administrative process that we're going through.
I would agree that it's an administrative process, but it is the citizens of Minnesota who will be responsible for any unintended consequences or mistakes. And so it is certainly information that is also belongs to citizens of Minnesota.
Madam Chair, it certainly does, and that information and the details on that will move forward in a very public, transparent, and open permitting process.
I again hear you declining to give citizens that information. Any other questions from members? Thank you for testifying. I appreciate it. We are meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. It is posted on the agenda that it is 8:30, but it will be 9 instead, and tomorrow we are going to have the presentation on the outdoor heritage recommendations. Representative
Madam
Buckles.
Chair, how long do you anticipate that meeting lasting tomorrow? Will it be 6 o'clock?
Nothing you have.
I anticipate we will finish certainly before noon. Before noon. That